Hey everybody, we're back with more Horrorween, playing The Sinking City. Inspired by works of H.P. Lovecraft, Sinking City depicts an era in which ethnic, racial, and other minorities were frequently mistreated. Game going to be at least slightly racist. Be aware of that. I feel like the thing with this, though, is like, so it's inspired by Lovecraft. This isn't based on Lovecraft because it's not allowed to be. But there's also a thing of like, you can be inspired by Lovecraft and not be racist. Like, that's not a difficult thing to do. Yeah, so some of the subtext of some of Lovecraft stories is racism. Like the Shadow over Illsmouth. Is it Illsmouth or Innsmouth? I'm getting confused. I think Illsmouth. Where the whole subtext of the story is that interbreeding is wrong. And they mean interbreeding between different races. But like, you can rip that subtext right out and it'll still work as like actual horror. So really turning around and saying, yeah, because we're inspired by Lovecraft, there's going to be racism here. And it's like, that's not necessary. It really isn't. You could say because this game's set in the 20s, there's going to be racism for authenticity's sake. Just like there'll be more people saying the word whore unironically. Alright. I feel like this will be more enjoyable for me. I hope. Oh god, underwater combat. I hope the game explains this stuff as I go. Dear Mr. Charles Reed, as you requested, I've researched the outbursts of hysteria and visions in the city of Oakmont, Massachusetts. As it turns out, your assumptions were correct. Such cases were indeed more frequent here, and in women from across the country are drawn to Oakmont, haunted by visions similar to yours, a city drowning in the presence of something. As luck has it, I believe we have stumbled upon the source of your ailment and the person who might help you. Prepare yourself, then come to Oakmont as soon as you can. I'll meet you here to help you on your way. Cordially, Johannes Vanderberg. Cool. Alright, let's do this. Sounds are kind of weird. Okay, the sounds are out of sync. That's not good. Yeah, they do mine. Huh. Oh yeah, this is Cthulhu inspired. But what has been interesting in it. Yeah, is the audio going to be right when we get out here? That's weird. The audio was only out of sync for the cutscene. Alright, so what do we got?
Never trust a tourist advertisement.
Oakmont Monolith National Park. Okay. Gonna need my gun.
Hope I never have to use it, but something tells me I will.
Yeah, this was in the opening. Folding camera. Weird. How do I pull out my camera? No, that's control camera. Cool. Okay, how do I pull out my camera? Is that an axe? I just have an axe. Okay, it said I picked up a folding camera. There it is. Alright. Run. Alright, let's get out of there. Captain?
Now get out!
Captain?
Now get out!
Captain?
Now get out!
At last, Mr. Charles Reed. What a pleasure to finally meet you in the flesh.
Nice to meet you.
Johannes van der Berg, at your service. I did promise to meet you the moment you arrived.
I appreciate your
Much
punctuality.
obliged, Mr. Vanderberg. I guess I didn't expect you to mean so literally.
Please call me Johannes.
Please call me Mr.
But
Reed.
where are my manners? Welcome to the proud city of Oakmont. Alas, now is not its finest hour, though it is its most important.
Reaching Oakmont was no easy task. Most maps I've found didn't mark it, and this rickety packet ship is the only one that sailed here.
Yeah, I can
Why
still
is
hear
that?
you, you know.
Oakmont is no
How you
ordinary
doing, Sue?
place. Its unique geographical position and the flood, a recent natural disaster, make it nigh impossible to reach. But you made it, Mr. Reed. I'm sure the tides of fate would have brought you here one way or another.
Honestly, like, fashion of the 20s and 40s is really cool to me. I think it's like a really neat visual style of like fashion just being suits. Everybody had like 2 suits. I think it's really cool.
You said you know someone who can help me with my problem. The visions have been getting worse.
Such vividness of dreams is not uncommon here in Oakmont. By chance, the man I spoke of, Robert Throgmorton, is already at the port. He has dedicated a lot of time and effort to investigate this issue. Alas, I fear he has a more pressing matter on his hands.
Indeed.
How can I find Mr. Throgmorton?
Don't worry, you can't miss him. Throgmorton tends to stand out from the crowd.
He's not gonna be a frog, is it?
Can you tell me a little about Mr. Throgmorton?
A remarkable creature, scion of a robust bloodline, a philanthropist, a scholar, and the patron of the famous Oakmont University. A man of great ambitions and even greater ego. Do not make him wait.
Tell me about this flood.
It began 6 months ago. Storms raged for several weeks, and the water has risen ever higher without receding. Now the city is cut off from the mainland. I must say I rather like it, despite the inconvenience. Atmosphere, you know?
That's an eye-catching suit.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. A mere flood is no excuse for one to abandon one's style.
I take it you're a big fan of yellow.
Well, I have a particular weakness for it. Call it a personal quirk.
Well, given that facial hair, I would not be surprised if this man turns out to be Sinestro.
I'll need a place to lay my head while I'm here. Any recommendations?
Fear not. I've already feathered a nest for you. There's a room in your name at the Devil's Reef Hotel. Here's the key.
Sounds
Thank you.
charming.
Don't judge a book by its cover, Mr. Reed.
What's the best way to get around Oakmont? I'd like to drop my things at the hotel.
Most locals go by foot or by boat. I've got the latter sorted for you. There's one waiting outside the port.
You're too kind, Johannes. Can you steer me towards the Devil's Reef?
Take this map. I've marked the hotel and a few other key places.
Other places? Like what?
You're a private eye, yes? Well, I've highlighted the police station, city archive, newspaper, places you'll need to get to the truth. This city is insular, its ways mysterious. No one will take you by the hand, so you better know where to turn in search of a lead.
I don't remember if the guy introduced himself as Johannes or Johannes. I think it was Johannes, which means yes, he did. But also, Leon in RE4 spends the entire game calling Luis Lewis. I think it might just be an American thing.
How do you fill your days, Mr. Vanderberg?
I host a philosophy club for the like-minded intelligentsia, gathering seeds of thought like moths drawn to a flame.
Does Oakmont really have much of a market for philosophy these days?
There is no consciousness without pain, Mr. Reed. No better moment for clarity than times of hardship.
It was Johannes. Yeah, I thought it would be. The name suggests as much. I guess it's just Americans purposely mispronouncing names in ways that they want to.
Well, that's it for now, I think. Thanks for helping me get my bearings.
No. The pleasure was mine, Mr. Reed.
Oh, before you go, how can I get in touch with you later?
Don't worry about that. I'm the kind of man who finds you.
Thank you. Nobody told the VA how to do it. Like I say, it brings to mind to me that Leon in RE4 always calls Luis Lewis. Alright, so we're here. It's the gun shop. Port. Hotel. Chronicle. Police. Hospital. Asylum roof. Library. City Hall. Robert Throgmorton.
We'll meet again, Mr. Reed.
It's interesting that the how to play is so easily accessible from the main game, in that it seems to always be on, like pressing right on the D-pad. Like, yeah, press right on the D-pad. Bam, here's the entire how to play. Alright. Of course there's a dead squid on the pier. Town on the rise. Although I think the ground's the only part of it that's not rising. Would that be Mr. Throgmorton? With the bodyguard?
I don't care about your petty excuses. No one leaves the port until my son is found, and that is fine.
Excuse me. Are you Robert Throgmorton?
I am, but not interested. Go away.
The name's Charles Reed. I'm a private investigator, just arrived from Boston. I was told you might be able to help me.
Private investigator, you say? Well, perhaps we can help each other.
Why do you look like a monkey in a suit?
If I may ask, what happened to your son?
Why do you care? What's your angle, outsider?
Well,
Bit of
like
quid
I
pro
said,
quo.
I'm
I help you, you
finding
help me.
people is kind of my specialty.
Is it? Well, Albert was part of a deep-sea expedition I commissioned. This useless fool over here says he found Albert washed ashore in a lifeboat. Says he was barely conscious, out of his mind, talking gibberish in some other language. That he even tried to bite him.
And you don't believe him?
Complete malarkey.
Yeah, it really does.
I know my Albert. I raised him strong and smart, the best of his kind. It couldn't have been him. Albert's disappearance is the work of Innsmouthers. Mark my words.
Innsmouthers.
I take it you're not the biggest fan of these Innsmouthers.
Hey, is that legendary streamer Fox Anchor?
Run this city since the police burned Innsmouth to the ground. But now, those filthy migrants occupy half this damned city. The port, Grimhaven Bay, Salvation Harbor, the Shells.
How you doing, Ken?
They are everywhere.
So they're just refugees.
Hardly. They've taken work from the local fishermen. They stir and agitate against us, the Throgmorton family. We are the pillar of this community, not to mention that crime rates have skyrocketed. Simply speaking, they are a big stinking pile of trouble.
I've heard you're the man to speak to about visions, outbreaks of hysteria. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it myself.
Another newcomer with another problem. Yes, I know what you speak of.
Can I ask you a few questions?
How dare you? My son Albert is missing, and no one in this Innsmouth-ridden city will do a damn thing. But yes,
He was with his monster.
let's talk about your dreams.
Mr. Throgmorton, let me help you. I'm rather good at tracking down missing people. I'll find Albert.
What makes you think you can do it? Oakmont is not exactly friendly to new arrivals.
Let's just say I tend to see things that others miss. And anyway, what have you got to lose? Sounds like you could use every man you can get.
Vera, you have a point, newcomer.
Sorry, did you just say Vera? What does that mean?
You had better get used to the Oakmont dialect, outsider. That is, if you want to fit in. It is a fascinating blend. Vera means fine. I was saying, we have a deal.
I see. Thank you. I need to know more about what happened to Albert.
Dane, did you not listen at all? I already told you everything. After leaving on the expedition, Albert was found on the shore in a lifeboat. This fisherman supposedly brought him to their house, and then left to call me. But when I arrived here, my son was nowhere to be seen.
Anything else?
Clearly, something suspicious occurred inside the house. I suggest you stop dawdling and go see for yourself.
Where's the house where this all happened?
For Kay's sake, I thought you were a private eye. Was standing right in front of it.
The lifeboat?
You mentioned a lifeboat. Is it still around?
Yes. Face the house, then to the left is a beach that borders a fence. You'll find it there.
As much as I'm enjoying the weather, Mr. Throgmorton, it's time for me to get started.
Find my son, newcomer, and be quick about it.
No, but I believe these two may end up having some kind of... What else do we got? I think specifically like asking him why he looks like an ape in a suit will not put me on his good side. Two bodyguards, both with shotguns, man carrying an umbrella, like also armed. And you would probably be the fisherman.
I've said everything I know.
Don't do anything stupid, newcomer. And keep your hands where I can see them.
Oh, from what I've heard, it's on its way, Cat. Weeks, if not months of rain, and the water line won't recede. Some parts of the city flooded. That be the boat? Open world Cthulhu-inspired detective game. You got my interest. Titania.
Where's your Oberon, huh, Titania?
Yeah, we've all read A Midsummer's Night Dream. Hope someone finds this. My name is Albert Throgmorton. This is my will. Want to warn you, don't go to the depths below Oakmont. There's... We should have never done that. Everything should have remained in that cave. Professor, I fear what will become of me. Singing in my brain, dancing on my eyelids every time I close my eyes. The cycle goes on and on and on and on and on and on. In the end it comes. I must warn everyone. I must tell my father. He's here. Diving helmet.
Something with this helmet gives me chills. What's wrong with it?
Can't catch a mackerel since those Innsmouthers took over the fishing business.
You like it here, newcomer? Well, get used to it. No one leaves Oakmont nowadays.
Old boarded up warehouse by the docks. What is that, Hirsch? Good day.
I've said everything I know.
Alright, let's take a look in the house. It's been raining for weeks here without stopping. Chances are all the houses here could be flooded. Not insulated against that amount of rain.
Huh. This dog mat looks better than the owner's bed.
Nothing of interest on the bookshelf.
The book is damp and damaged, but clearly well cared for.
I think that's an oxymoron, Charles. Fisherman got him fish at his table. Smell must be incredible.
Let's see what you find, newcomer.
It would take tremendous effort to move this thing, let alone tossing it over like this.
Handprint on the bottom, though. Damage to the wall. Footprints leading outward.
There was a fierce fight here, but someone tried to flee.
Dead body.
I can barely recognize the face of the poor fella. He was beaten to a pulp. I can barely recognize the face of the poor fella. He was beaten to a pulp. Hello? Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, my head. What? Who are you? Are you police? I've already told them everything.
It's okay. I'm Charles Reed, Private Eye. Mr. Throgmorton hired me to find his son.
Oh, okay.
Tired.
What do you want?
I'll ask you a few questions.
Tell me about yourself.
Name's Will Hammond. I'm a fisherman. We all are. Live here together. Me, poor fella Paul, Barry, and Innsmouther Lewis Flynn. We moved here after the flood. I worked on the railroad, but the rail ain't kicking anymore, so I started fishing. It was at or starve.
Believe you living with the Innsmouther? There's an impression they weren't generally liked.
I want to know what happened here. Every detail.
I don't remember much.
How you doing?
Me, Paul, and Lewis.
Explains all the fish.
We were here.
Yeah.
This is our house. Barry was outside on his business. Then he came back carrying Throgmorton's son. He was unconscious, barely breathing. Barry left again to call Mr. Robert.
Then what?
We put the guy in Lewis's room. Then he started to make these horrible sounds and, okay, my head began to burst. And he woke up. And after that, I don't remember a thing, just dreams. Drowned streets, a sleeping giant, a voice that called me.
That sounds familiar. Who is this K you keep mentioning?
Outsiders, show some respect. K is our lord, our light, our love.
Sorry, I didn't know. Where are all the other guys?
That's Paul there on the floor. K be with him. Barry's outside with Mr. Throgmorton. Lucky rascal missed everything. And I have no idea what Lewis or Throgmorton's son got to. Starting to suspect the worst.
Do you know how Paul died?
I don't know. When I pulled myself together, he was already gone. K have mercy on his soul.
Looks like it might have been beaten
I'll
to
leave you
death.
to it. Take care of yourself, Will.
Please, detective, sir, tell me the truth. Could it be me? Did I kill Paul? Or, K, did I kill him?
I don't know yet, Will.
Don't say K's
The
name in
police will
vain.
stop anyone coming in or out of here, so I suggest you just try and get some rest.
I'm afraid of what I might dream. My head! I still hear those voices.
I can barely recognize the face of the poor fella. He was beaten to a pulp.
This the room they had him in?
Choo choo. Ahem.
Former rail worker. Broken mirror. Phonograph horn? That. I have no idea what that could have been.
5 cards short of a full house.
I was like a losing hand. Another diving helmet. Cardboard.
I'm surprised they don't have someone's portrait here. Never seen knives like this before. Masterful work. I think prohibition hasn't affected Oakmont too much. So that's what an Innsmouther looks like.
Nechri, Grena, Gebhal, Nuguloin.
Take this, ape face.
Someone attacked Throgmorton.
What's happening?
That's Will Hammond. Throgmorton likely floating, the one floating above the bed. The two others flee. Fight broke out.
Yeah, run!
Okay, let's see what we have here.
Tip that over. But that... He climbed it. Which is what tipped it over. Which means that's not the bottom, that's the top.
Yeah, run! Take this, ape face. Yeah, run!
When Albert Throgmorton woke up, he was not himself. He attacked the fishermen, and his hysteria spread to them. When he got wounded, he fled.
Hmm. That's a possibility. No. Pose a threat. which is concerning. So we can track Albert.
Let's see what you find, newcomer.
Yeah, I still hear those voices.
Hmm. Hysteria, spread, attacked. Possibly in self-defense. Likely in self-defense.
I've said everything I know.
Out there, down here.
So the fisherman pursued Albert, even let off a few shots.
Floating would be disconcerting. The fuck is that? Floating would be disconcerting, but my thought is when he started chanting, that spread the hysteria to the others. Which exacerbated the Innsmouthers' dislike of the Throgmortons. Which led to a brawl. They'd fucking look him rat. Well, you stopped it.
Even though Albert was wounded, he managed to climb that high. Robert wasn't exaggerating when he said he raised him strong.
Pocket. Shirt pocket.
There's something in the pocket.
Lewis, please just give me one more week. I know I owe you, but I'm underwater like everyone else right now. I don't yet have enough stock to operate the bar smoothly with the flood snooping around the port. Don't worry, I've struck a nice deal with the proper people and should have a steady supply channel soon. Just one more week and I'll return everything with double interest. Peter. Sounds unconnected to the case, but name Lewis. One of the fishermen.
And the blood is fresh. Whomever it belongs to could not have got far.
Oh. It's Throgmorton. Oh, fucking shit. That's right, you don't know Dorthu. That's definitely Throgmorton's son.
One fatal round through the forehead. That's no accident. This was deliberate.
Honestly, the fact that it's been hung up on hooks, I'd say is the main thing that gives it away.
One fatal round through the forehead. That's no accident. This was deliberate.
Whale carcass. Oh, it's a shovel. There's a mini shovel. Yeah, I think being in the same room as this is affecting my sanity. Could have been an accident. He could have, like, jumped up backwards onto the hooks. Those may have wanted to kill Albert outright because he was a Throgmorton rather than just run him off. Yeah, definitely his son. Maybe out and hiding in the bar. Alright. What does this lead? Oh. Alcohol. The cause of and solution to all of life's problems. Yeah, that's locked. And the ricochet got him in the head. Yeah, no, doesn't seem likely. I'm gonna have to go with Occam's razor here.
What's your problem?
So we climbed up this way. Oh, where's the gun? Cat's got a point, Teak. What's the normal way to get up there? Come on, Teak, you know Occam's razor. Simplest solution is most likely the correct one. Alright, so it's this way.
Mr. Throgmorton, I'm afraid I have bad news.
No.
I've got good
Yeah,
news and bad news. I found your
in the
son,
basement of a nearby
but he's dead.
warehouse. I'm sorry, but he was murdered. Shot in the head and the body hidden.
No. It cannot be true. No, no, no. I don't believe it. No.
My condolences, Mr. Throgmorton.
Hidden.
I had hoped for a happier
Oh,
outcome.
locked behind the
Your
locked door
condolences will
in
not bring him back. So much of our blood
Of
spilled for
abandoned
nothing.
warehouse.
So much effort in vain. My poor Albert. Tell me you know who did it. I want to look him in the eyes, make him beg for mercy.
I don't know exactly. I have some suspects, but I need to investigate further.
What kind of private eye are you?
one who
A
doesn't
thorough one.
make
When I find him, I'll tell you.
baseless accusations.
No one leaves the port until then. Find me that dirtbag and I'll help you with anything you need.
Are under the keel.
Hey, got a spare bullet, fella? I ain't eaten in days.
I imagine it's because they didn't want to have the guy actually move to find him. Simple to program that way.
Stay alert. Monsters lurk underground. They're everywhere.
Ugh, I'll miss the carpenter's food giveaway with this darn port closure.
What are you doing?
Come closer, troubled soul. Let me tell you what your future holds.
You're some kind of, fortune teller?
Yes, my dear, yes. Oh, it's so clear. Your path holds many surprises, newcomer.
Huh? Go on.
Really? Like what?
Not so fast, newcomer. I see many things. For a small fee, I'll tell you some of them.
Alright, how much? $1?
Your money has no value here, newcomer. After the flood, Oakmonters deal in the practical. Booze, smokes, and bullets. And I'll make it easier for you. I don't smoke.
That makes you probably the weirdest character here. 20s, what the fuck do you mean you don't smoke?
Let's hear what my future holds.
Good. Let me focus. The sea will be generous in the coming days. Many gifts delivered, and many will regret partaking.
You can say the bullet
think I
couldn't be
follow.
used.
I see old and new. A hard heart against an iron will. Whoever wins, you win too. But you'll only see that from inside a metal cage. And tall pillars. circled by the dead. A race from one to the next, as time itself laughs.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
You are welcome. I can't wait to see what you do.
You the barkeep?
Welcome to Under the Keel. What do you want?
I want Lewis. Where is he?
I'm looking for a man by the name of Lewis Flynn. Any chance he's here?
Yeah. Even if I knew,
Make sure you
I
didn't give all
don't
your
rat
cards.
to newcomers.
As it happens, I know you owe a debt to Mr. Flynn. Trouble is, I found your note near the dead body of Albert Throgmorton, son of Robert. So, it seems Lewis is in trouble. Might have even come here to hide. But you hand him over and he won't be back to collect what you owe. Get me?
Rock. That would explain the blood. Fine. If it gets me out of this mess, you can have him.
So?
Appreciate
He's
the
upstairs.
cooperation.
Here's the key. You gotta promise to deal with him once and for all. But save the shooting for outside, huh?
Smart man. There's your good deed for the day. I've seen some unsettling creatures around.
Yeah, your dogs here have
Nothing
weird
I've
legs and
ever
are hairless. What the hell's about them?
What are they?
So you met a wild beast, newcomer. No one knows what they are, but consider yourself lucky to still be in one piece. They arrived in the flood. Some say they come from the sea. Others that they are Kay's punishment for us.
And what do you say?
If it bleeds, you can kill it. Keep your gun handy. And if you want to erase the memory, I sell a perfect cure right here. Remember, better to be a coward and live than brave and dead. Unless you're a newcomer.
Bye.
Alright.
What the? Get the... Oh.
There's a starfish. Hmm. 4 bullets.
Hey, who are you? What are you doing?
Charles Reed, private investigator. Mr. Throgmorton hired me to find his son Albert, so I think you know why I'm here.
Throg. That darn bartender. It was all that crazy ape's fault. You hear me?
Calm down. I only want to speak, for now. But no, if you reach for your gun, you'll hit the floor faster than you can say poetic justice.
I got nothing to hide.
Oh,
Start at the
tell me
beginning.
what happened.
What happened?
We were in our house, me, Paul, and Will. Barry'd gone to the sea. So I told him that it would only bring bad luck. If he'd listened to me, we'd all still be alive.
Come on, Lewis. Focus.
Right. Well, Barry dragged that damn ape to our house. He was bragging about how much Mr. Throgmorton would give us for saving his son. But that ape, he was out cold. Then woke in an instant and started screaming, attacking us. After that, can't remember a thing.
You shot to kill. No warning, no second chances. You pursued Albert even after he fled. Why?
I can't remember it. When he woke, it was like a bloody mist descended over me. First thing I recall after is that darn warehouse and me covered in blood. I had no idea what happened, though I suspected it had something to do with that ape. Turns out, I was right.
I hear there's a bit of a feud between the Innsmouthers and the Throgmortons. Care to fill me in?
Those apes hated us from the moment we arrived in Oakmont. Our home was destroyed. We just needed a place to stay. The Blackwood Grand family sheltered us, but others were not as hospitable. We needed jobs, food, and medicine. The city denied it all.
And so?
We had to fight for every crumb of bread. And those Throgmortons in their high castle only made our life harder, always conspiring behind our backs, always setting people against us. I'd love to see them suffer like we suffered.
You mentioned a grand family. What do you mean?
There's a hierarchy.
So you're a newcomer, huh? Explains a lot.
Yeah, a newcomer with a gun. Answer the question.
Okay. People here are crazy about bloodlines and tradition and reputation. The head honchos of Oakmont are called the Grand Families. There's the Carpenters, who control most of the city's underworld, the Blackwoods, who share kin with Innsmouthers through the Marsh family.
And let me guess, the Throgmortons.
Right, those filthy apes. Now that most of the Blackwoods are gone, there's nobody left to protect us Innsmouthers.
What kind of... why do you... your face, it's,
Oh, so you're here to attack me just because I look different to you? Want to spit on me, whisper to your friends? What's new?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know how to ask. I've just never met someone like you before. I didn't mean any offense.
Innsmouthers' bodies were blessed by the She. You're gonna see a lot of us here, so you better get over it. We are proud of who we are.
Okay.
The things you did to Albert don't look like a bloody rage. A fatal shot to the head, a hidden body. One might start to wonder if it was deliberate.
I don't know what to say. I wasn't myself.
I think I've got all I need.
Please, Mr. Reed, don't tell Throgmorton about me. I know I'm in no position to ask. I didn't want to do whatever it is I did. Honest, have mercy, please. I have a family. Without me, they'll starve.
This is not exactly cut and dry. I need some time to think.
Perhaps I can offer something to grease your grinds. I still have a few bullets on me. Please, Mr. Reed.
Don't try my patience further, Mr. Flynn.
I'll make my decision, but don't try and bribe me. What do you guys think? Yeah, I also appreciate that. Exactly how she said it. He has definite cause to want Throgmorton dead. Small act of revenge while he had the opportunity, because he would likely never have the opportunity again. And he could then blame it on the madness, the hysteria, that they know is a thing and affected the other fishermen. But you'd have to know Throgmorton is vengeful. There's a lot of people stuck on a boat. Yeah. You'd have to know Throgmorton likely wouldn't air about the hysteria. I feel like it was deliberate. The final act was too clean. I want to go back to the crime scene.
There was a fierce fight here, but someone tried to flee.
Oakmont tried to flee. Lewis is the only one who chased after him. Defense, vengeance. Oakmont beat this guy to death. I didn't want that. I can't change. There we go. I think this is the key point. You did bring up a good point though, man. This is only going to increase anti-Innsmouth's sentiment. I give him to him or not.
Mr. Throgmorton, I've encountered something.
What? I don't have all day.
Some unusual creatures, and they sure weren't friendly.
You've seen a wild beast, Mr. Reed. I'm somewhat surprised to see you still alive. Those unsettling things appeared after the flood. I've commissioned a few studies on them, but we know little more than when we started. They're aggressive, but fortunately not immune to gunfire.
Or doors.
I learned that firsthand.
Try to avoid them when possible. And when you can't, keep your weapons handy.
I tracked the murderer down, but he was attacked by those things prowling the back alleys. They tore him apart. It was that Innsmouther fisherman, Lewis. He was covered in your son's blood. That may have attracted the beasts.
Are you certain the body is his?
Beyond any doubt. All that's left of him is a heap of flesh and this scrap of cloth. It's from his jacket. Just ask his friends.
Alas, this was my revenge to exact, not some wild beast's. Something must be done about those pests. Still, justice has been served. This isn't closure, but at least I know now the story. Thank you.
Mr. Throgmorton, I hate to press you, but do you think you could help me now?
Yes, you've earned it. Okay, to think a newcomer barely off the boat solves a crime the police couldn't, but I digress. Remind me, what brought you to Oakmont?
I think I'm going mad, Mr. Throgmorton. I see things, visions, and I needed to stop. I was drawn here, or guided, or I don't know. But I believe the source of this madness is here, in Oakmont.
You're not wrong, Mr. Reed. An inexplicable hysteria spread through Oakmont after the flood. I funded an expedition to explore recent geological activity that may be responsible.
Why geological?
A geological expedition? I'm not sure I follow.
I have reason to believe the flood and this madness have the same source. As above, so below. So I sent men to find out.
Do these cases of hysteria involve shared visions as well?
Since the flood, many Oakmonters have had similar nightmares. Indeed, Professor Doe, the expedition leader, complained of them herself.
Waterlogged ruins with unnatural architecture, a sleeping giant, drowned streets, and a voice calling from the depths.
Her words exactly. She proposed the expedition, desperately wanting to find the cause.
You mentioned the flood. You think it's more than just a natural disaster?
You weren't here, Mr. Reed. What happened defied scientific explanation.
Has your expedition found anything?
I do not know. Albert was part of it. His passing cannot be coincidence. Why was he alone at the port? And where are the others?
You think your son was killed because the expedition uncovered something?
Is it so hard to believe? I had no news for a week, then Albert, the only one I could trust, comes ashore and is killed.
It does
I think more
sound
importantly comes
suspicious.
ashore and is
Mr. Reed, I want you to find out what's going on. I expect you're as interested in the expedition's results as I am.
If I'm going to look into this, I'll need to know more. Where should I start?
I'll give you the address of the expedition's headquarters and a key.
That's all you can tell me?
Let me be clear, Reed. You do not speak to me like that again.
I'm sorry, Mr. Throgmorton. I just meant the more I know, the better.
I am a busy man. I funded the research, but left all preparations to Professor Doe and Albert. When you've finished, come see me at the Throgmorton family manor. It's in Old Grove. Here, I'll show you.
What about my expenses?
They will be reimbursed after you complete your task. And of course, you've earned some compensation for your work here at the port. I'll also include a fair advance in bullets.
Bullets?
The dollar lost its use here, Mr. Reed. After the flood, Oakmont returned to bartering. Bullets mean more than bills.
Other side of the crossroad with Asher Road and Hubert Avenue. Presumably not everybody who was involved in the expedition went on the trip. It's the bar. The exit to the port. Throgmorton Manor. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that. It's a reasonable response. Like, yeah, I found where the body was. I also found wild beasts. Like, and the killer must have also found them as well. And I think the cause of everything that went down here was entirely Albert and the hysteria he caused. I could be wrong, but that's my hypothesis. Leon also has bullets? I don't know. You mean Lewis?
I gave you clear instructions, did I not?
Dude, I could pop you in the head. Oh no, you got 2 bodyguards flanking you. Yeah, sure. Means nothing to a man with nothing to lose, and no will to live. It's possible. It'd be worth talking to him though, just to be sure. I didn't think about going to talk to him again. It's a good idea. Thanks, man.
The door won't budge.
Well, so much for that. I could have gotten bullets out of it. That's a nice looking chest set. I mean, paying enough attention.
You want a drink?
No, I'm good.
Don't do that again.
Good day.
You look familiar, but old Billy hasn't seen you around.
Don't refer to yourself in the third person. First things first, I'm going to want to stop off at the hotel and drop my stuff off. Sweet, I can climb fences. It's crazy that it's like, it's 2022, and the ability to just hop over a fence like that is actually, like, great. Like, wow, I wasn't sure if I'd actually be able to do that. Alright, so we'll come out onto Deep Shore Road, head right into the first left up Huntlock Street. Left at Whisper Street onto Hubert Avenue, and then cross on Old Colony Street to get to the Devil in the Reef Hotel. That train. Oh man. Oh, I'm already at the hotel. Hmm.
Crew of the Cyclops. Semper Fortis, brothers.
Don't know exactly what sank the USS Cyclops, so only remember the screams and the metal creaking, water filling the deck, and my head. Worst I've ever heard. Found myself among the floating seaweed, drowning. A nearby piece of a boat helped me survive and reached the shore of a small island. They found me on it later, starving, half-mad, and babbling about ancient ruins and their denizens. The officials said none of what I thought I'd seen were real, but my memories are true. Strange powers I gained after that ordeal prove it. Found something horrible on the island, something old and dark and slithering. It still haunts me.
Never again, they say.
All that we see or seem is in within a dream. Into 4. I think I'll take this though. Feel like it'd be a good idea. Is the backpack tied to that wardrobe? It is. Hmm. Ordering.
No matter how much of this I chug down, the visions always return.
Hmm. That's a high collar you got there, friend. Mr. Reed, you were the rare example of a man who treated one of my kind humanly. Feel I have to repay the debt to you. Take this as a friendly piece of advice. Run, save your life, and leave this Drock city to the depths. Don't dig into its secrets, for they are not worth it. There's nothing good left here. I believe you can find a way to escape. Please heed my words. Lewis Flynn. This is a big bathroom. Mr. Reed, it seems you overexerted yourself while conducting the investigation for Mr. Throgmorton. Please forgive me for the audacity. I brought you to the Devil's Reef while you were unconscious. Please take more care of yourself in future. I won't be there for you every time. Johannes. Got my killing gloves on.
Makes this place feel more like home. I miss Boston already.
That's not a common thing to do in a hotel. Just have a nameplate customly set up for you. Afraid I can't do that, Lewis. The game won't let me. Oh, more rounds. Board up the windows and lock the door. They just men the Yellow King's gang. They can't get here now. Now there's only me. Me and these nightmares. A little longer and I'll figure them out. Mr. Archer, I've seen you dragging things into your room. Mind the floors. I'll make you pay for any scratches you leave. Your landlord.
The door won't budge.
Yeah, I think this isn't a hotel. Lighthouse is out, several ships have gotten lost at sea, and some are now decorating the city beaches. That's one thing, but now there's an enterprising fellow at the city port hiring salvagers to recover ships. Then a tidy profit from selling them can't be a coincidence, need to look into it. Now, if only this city wasn't so impossible to navigate. Man, the days before TV when people would do like anything to just have something to do in the day. That's Tim Curry? No. Alright, let's go. Got a brick. I have 2 guns.
Finally, you're awake. Gotta tell you though, mister, you want to stay on here? You stop making all that noise.
Noise? What noise are you talking about?
I expect my guests to be respectable. Moans, chanting, all that kind of thing.
Respectable?
It stops.
You seen this place?
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't really remember what happened, but I'll do my best.
Yeah? Well, next time it happens, you end up sleeping under the bridge like the other newcomers.
You're not exactly friendly with your guests. Are we the ones keeping you in business?
All these newcomers after the flood, they're stark raving mad.
What do you mean?
You can't imagine the crazy notes and books I find after they move out. Only thing they're good for is lighting the kitchen stove.
Can I have a look?
I knew it. I tell you, no one sane would be interested. And you want to take a look? Well, fine. Take what you wish.
Thanks. City, no matter how badly the flood damaged it, has an unnatural appeal. Can't stop myself from walking, even if it means being struck by further visions. I went to the eastern part of the Salvation Harbour near the crossing of Fitz-O'Callahan Street and Old Church Road. Came. Feeling of loneliness and fear was immense. I was a woman locked in a room, infected and slowly rotting. My body turned into something. It itched badly in my face. I had to hold the skin with both hands to prevent it from growing until I suffocated. I ended up sitting on the road crying until some Innsmouther kicked me and ordered me away. The visions are testing me, playing with my mind. My old forgotten fears come to life. When I was small, I was afraid to stay alone. I thought my parents would leave and never come back. Today I went to the eastern street of Coverside and the visions came on the corner of St. Elmo Lane and Kingsport Street. I felt I was alone, forgotten in a locked room, hungry and frightened. It was so scary to stay inside, but everything was much worse behind the door. Something scratched in the corridor and there were terrifying screams from outside. I could not run, could not hide. Just waited for Mom to return. I'm afraid someone stalks me. Started when I visited the Western Advent. Had a vision on the intersection of Purity Road and Oak Street. I saw mirrors full of reflections, someone trapped trying in vain to escape. His expression of fear and panic shook me deeply. After that, a very tall, skinny man started following me in the distance. What troubles me is that I see him in the reflections, but I've never caught a straight view of this stalker. I'm sure the police will mock me if I come asking for protection. It seems it's time to buy a good, trustworthy gun and start to practice. These all mention specific places. I was walking the Lombard Street in Eastern Reed Heights again when it happened. Not just a vision, but a noise. Hissing radio started growing louder and louder. Voices from afar were lost in it, crying desperately. I tried not to show how bad it was. I was afraid to reveal it to the locals. The images came after I passed Bullock Street towards Helog Street. Hissing flooded my mind, and I saw a man surrounded by radios talking to them. He was dying, I felt it, and when it happened, the vision was gone. Tonight, the air forced me to leave the hotel. The putrid smell of rotting seaweed and fish made it hard to breathe. I remembered a huge apple tree and thought it may be nicer there. Moreover, I was afraid the hotel owner would see my seizures. The visions occurred when I was a few blocks from the apple tree, walking Guy Brown Street in Central Shells. Felt like I was drowning. I ran forward, and when I passed St. Michael Street of St. Michael's Church, I felt the water surrounding me, pressing, calling. Needed all my will to fight the desire to go to the mare and sink into the depths. Alright, thanks for joining us, man. You take care of yourself, buddy. You have a good day. No matter how different my visions may be, they are always so frightening. Today it was man. Today it was man. He left the house in Southern Old Grove on Warwick Street, somewhere between Seaside and Hillside Streets. Our eyes met and I immediately felt the burning exaltation, a wild torrent of emotions. I saw him among monstrosities, touching them, embracing, kissing. Today was man. The vision was so intense, I bent in two and threw up all my breakfast. He walked past saying something like, "Cursed newcomers," and I prayed he wouldn't stop to help. Even now, when I close my eyes, I see the creatures around this man. I'm afraid of the bathroom and kitchen sink. Each time I want to wash my hands, I tremble in fear. What if they'll talk to me? This began after a vision in Western Reed Heights near the crossing of Iburn, Ward and Baker Streets. I saw a man naked and covered in blood in a room without doors or windows, surrounded by the dark holes of the pipes. He was cutting himself, piece by piece, feeding those copper mouths. They were whispering with voices so sweet and promising, but full of hunger and hatred. How could he believe them? Could he even escape? Had they noticed me? Can't help but turn around at any noise after what I saw yesterday. I walked down Murdoch Avenue in the Western Advent, and near Oak Street I was hit with an excruciating migraine. My nose started to bleed and the visions came. I saw one man writing a letter, another about to strike him from behind. Somehow I was both the spectator and the sitting man. No matter how I cried out warnings or tried to move, it didn't work. It seems I lost consciousness when the killer hit the man's head. It was several hours to get back to the hotel after. After this vision, I shake in fear at the sound of a child's cry. It happened in Western Reed Heights on Washington Street. I passed Ivan Street and was heading towards Oak Street, but saw it. The thing was running so fast I didn't even understand what it was. I jumped from the window and the vision struck me immediately. I saw a man, a doctor, hiding in the room. He was writing something with a shaking hand, something like a last will. And then I saw the thing stalking him. A fetus on thin, pointy legs with a little face full of evil and hatred. Shrieking. I can't forget it. The hotel owner allowed me to look through the weird notes he found in the rooms of disappeared newcomers. Among them I found several pages from a diary of mine describing his life in Oakmont. He suffered from visions and marked the places where they happened. Was he trying to avoid them? Today I fell asleep on the street. I'm sure it's connected to my visions somehow, as I felt the same nausea and headache before they strike. It happened in Coverside near the corner of Tanner Street and Old Church Road. I felt dizzy and my mouth was full of a bittersweet taste. I saw a woman, kind eyes, giving me a drink and whispering something. Immediately after that I fell asleep and spent nearly half the day lying in the dirt like a hobo. It's a miracle no one stole anything from me. Local Innsmouthers scare me a lot. I've never seen a place with so many ill people. Their faces pursue me even in visions. Recently I was in the northern part of Grimhaven Bay, walking down Whisper Street. I barely made it to Hubert Avenue when the visions came. I stood among many Innsmouthers, disguised as one of them, and listened. Their leader read the story of a captain participating in pagan rites, copulating with savage witches and beasts, bringing sacrifices. I still remember his name. Obed. Northern Coverside at the crossroad of Asher Road and Hubert Avenue.
I'm watching you, newcomer.
Can I shoot people? My dear Victor, how is Oakmont treating? Should you require any support, the Blackwoods will be happy to help you. I've arranged for that. Regarding your question, I don't know where Robert went, sadly, only that he did not stay in Innsmouth. Perhaps there is hope he didn't perish in that cursed raid. Take good care of the hotel, please. plenty of our relatives were interested in the property, but you're still my favourite nephew. I know the Devil's Reef is in good hands. Regards, and Portia.
If you don't put the gun down, I'll forget about being a good host. If you don't put the gun down, I'll forget about being a good host. If you don't put the gun down, I'll forget about being a good host. If you don't put the gun down, I'll forget about being a good host.
Interesting.
I'm watching you, newcomer.
Good for you. Walter, can I help you if I hear you peddling your cheap, affordable living again? I could live with you renting out beast-ridden flop houses, but you're cutting into my profit. Don't make that mistake. You're on the fish market, and I have dangerous people living here that I can send after you. Been warned, Vic. Oh, my controller's dead. At least for once, it didn't happen in the middle of combat. Like it always happens in combat. Alright. Rock and or roll. Yep, I hang that up on my wall back in Boston. Note about the hobo signs. Darren, I think I'm starting to finally figure this out. Locals use signs to mark special places that you know already. Again, like the secret signs hobos use all over the country. What I learned is that the tradition dates back to times well before the flood. I've been able to find the meaning of some of them. You've seen the crooked H sign, doors around time, that means the house is inhabited. Crosshatch grid sign marks hidden caches of useful items. V-shaped signs for barricaded, dangerous places. Good catch there, they say. Still haven't figured out the spiral-shaped sign, though. You'll have to investigate for yourself. If you ever see a sign with a cross and 3 Ks, reach for the gun. Okay. Alright. Oh, it's raining again. Oh, there's the flood they were talking about.
you go around the world, sweetie?
I think I'm good, thank you. Okay.
Knock it off.
A religious thing? Ah. No point running away, the blasted whole-wide freak always catches up with his grin, his long black coat, and those thin, crooked fingers clutching a gun. And a bullet with my name on it, I dodged it once, there won't be a second time. Yay, help me. That's disorienting. Is there even anything here? I hope my health regenerates. Some sort of weird alternative form of snooker. One black and all whites instead of all reds and one white. Hey, how you doing, Clem? I'm doing alright. Bit of a headache lurking in my head. Taking some painkillers not long ago. Hopefully it's gonna recede. This game's doing weird vision shit though, so it might make it worse. That's not too bad. Okay. So we're here. Crossroad of Asher Road and Cuba Avenue, which is here. Yeah, that looks like the place. Let's see what we can find. So, have you ever heard of the Sinking City aside from the times I've mentioned it, Clem? Tekken 7 for $15. I managed to pick up Tekken 7 on PC with all the DLC for like £20, which was good. That's interesting.
Guess I don't need the key.
A solid boot straight off the hinges, it looks like, but without any damage to the door. This game I've been talking about doing for Horrorween. The PC version did in fact go on sale in the Steam Halloween sale for £7. So, you know, that was good. I grabbed it on PC yesterday, downloaded it overnight, and here we are playing it on PC. Open world Cthulhu-inspired detective game. Divers with the bends can suffer from numerous symptoms, including pain, impaired movement, nausea, vomiting, and disorientation. Acute symptoms can occur within 10 minutes of surfacing and include paralysis, numbness, blindness, deafness, dizziness, seizures, confusion, or words coming out all weird. The paralysis and numbness can involve several different parts of the body at the same time.
Someone smashed it beyond repair.
Well, it is the 20s. The game opens with a warning being like, Lovecraft was racist. In the spirit of authenticity, we will also have racism. And I was like, okay. But I'm also like, this is the 20s. You could have just said, this is set in the 20s in the spirit of authenticity, racism. But yeah, old-timey science. Something's going on. Okay, well, I'll come back to that.
Can't say I ever saw another shell like it.
Surprisingly, though, I've not seen any racism towards, like, black people or Irish yet. I've seen black people and Irish people in this game. I've seen no racism towards them. There's been racism specifically towards fish people. And I was like, oh, interesting.
samples glitter in a weird way. I wonder where they came from.
I know you love your fish people, Clem. I know you fetishize them. L. Sullivan and B. Morgan, local fishermen, report numerous large bubbles and an unbearable stench rising from the bottom of the sea. Water sample of a weird substance floating in the ocean from J. Harway. He claims to have found it amongst numerous dead and strangely deformed fish. The fish were taken for analysis. Several locals mention a rock that rose from the seabed, making fog shine in different colours. Witnesses felt sick and dizzy for 2 or 3 days after the incident. LP Stern got severe burns after chiseling off part of the rock in his basement. Samples taken for analysis. Fish lady in Yu Hakusho. Maybe at one point I'll bring the idea of anime back and like do more than fighting games. A big part of my problem with anime last time I tried it was like so much of it is fighting games, but also I lost a lot of interest after doing Bleach Soul Resurrection because it was so fucking boring. The Oakmont University Department of Anthropology welcomes its newest addition to its ranks, Professor Harriet Doe. The brilliant discoveries about the origin of Inuit tribes have added a new page to the history book of humanity. Now Professor Doe will embark on a new expedition to hopefully shed light on the source of the flood, and in doing so, shed light on what may be yet to come. Anthropologist. It's a shame that, like, as far as anime stuff goes, there's always so much, like, anime series that ended decades ago. There's always so much interest in Dragon Ball and not stuff like Yu Yu Hakusho. Because I'd be down for, like, a DBZ Kakarot-style Yu Yu Hakusho game. I'd be more interested in that than I would be in DBZ Kakarot. Volume must be delivered Grimhaven Bay, no later than Friday. Mark 5 diving suits, 6. Air tanks and pumps, 4. Canned foods, 18 crates. Personal belongings, 6 crates with NAM. Research equipment, 7 crates, do not tip. Air pipes, 24. Power station and wires, 1. Power generator, 1. Responsible for delivery. Yeah, well, I suppose, I mean, this is recent. This is a recent fire. I mean, more just the idea of, like, an action RPG kind of thing. Because it's a problem that a lot of anime series fell into of only ever doing fighting games. And Yu Yu Hakusho also did that. Except for maybe one of the GBA games. I don't know, they might have had something different.
Guess this helmet's beyond repair.
Yeah, no, you could probably repair that, just replace the glass cover. And like, I imagine most of the interest in Yu Yu Hakusho. Okay. Hey! I didn't have a lot of health there. I imagine like most of the interest in Yu Yu Hakusho is gone because it ended decades ago, but also so did Dragon Ball. Fuck. happened here? It's like, okay, I died, but he's still active when I go back, and I've respawned at a point I've never been to before. So is that a reload, or is it like... What's going on here? Why isn't it raining anymore? What is going on? That's a machine. Let me guess. You know, I've never played Fallout 4. Bitch.
Drop the papers. Smash the rest.
I've done 3 and I've been meaning to do New Vegas for a long time.
We don't have time to pick it. Stand back. Dagon.
Specifically cast some kind of incantation to block off this passage. Burn the evidence.
Make sure you get the adverts.
Time to figure this out.
We don't have time to pick it.
Drop the papers. Smash the rest. Burn it all. Make sure you get the adverts.
Several men broke into the expedition headquarters. What they didn't smash, they burned. The archives, even the newspapers.
Speaking in tongues, Cap. Speaking in tongues. But that was specifically in Innsmouth.
Guess this helmet's beyond repair.
I have to sit on a freighter from Grimhaven Bay. Earned adverts in newspapers, so might be able to find it in the archive, the city archive. I'm going to talk for a bit. I've put like an hour into Fallout 1. I beat Fallout 3 and I played New Vegas for like 20 minutes.
Someone smashed it beyond repair. Can't say I ever saw another shell like it.
According to our data, the places with strong paranormal activity have a strong, previously unidentified influence on the human mind. Prepared a list of solutions, including meditative practice and a supply of sedatives, to prevent cases of madness amongst expedition members. I will recommend discarding all those charms, amulets, and religious symbols which are of no use, and applying these scientifically valid methods of protection instead. I don't know, man. A religious symbol or charm to fixate on could provide a positive effect on the mind in times of great stress.
These samples glitter in a weird way. I wonder where they came from.
You don't know?
Map of Cape Cod. It looks like there was something here, but it's been erased.
But it involves Medea, yeah. We'll probably get to Parasite Eve around Christmas. Even the old Solid Snake vocals. Colonel. What's an Innsmouther doing here? Colonel. What's an Innsmouther doing here? Colonel. Naomi. Colonel. Metal Gear. Colonel, what's Cthulhu doing here?
Psycho Mantis.
The hell? That was moving really quickly. Oh, Clint, we've got a new sound alert. If you want to try it out, it's exclamation mark fingers. It's not salad fingers.
The fingers you have used to dial are too fat. To obtain a special dialing wand, please mash the keypad with your palm now.
I love that it's got no recognizable voices to it. It could be from anything if you don't know it. Yes. Yes, it is. One, hi-ya-ya. Two, hi-ya-ya. It's a good episode. It's a dumb episode, but it's a good episode. Well, I think I found what I'm looking for. Mr. Burns, I want you to get me in shape.
The old papers are by the door. Take them and stop bothering me already.
I think you've got me confused with someone else.
Aren't you a newcomer?
Help me out here. What's the connection between newcomers and old newspapers?
It's cold
there's the
sleeping in
Annie
the street, and they come to collect the old newspapers for warmth.
What?
Yeah, I guess I am a newcomer. Charles Reed, private investigator. And I also need your old newspapers, the archive, to be exact.
Ah, so you're the one who cracked the Albert Throgmorton murder case. Nice work. I'm Helen Bland. Say, can you do me a favor? Give me an exclusive interview. You won't regret it. The Oakmont Chronicle is the best newspaper for miles around.
All right, I'll be sure to make some time for you, Miss Bland.
I appreciate the effort behind the voice acting, but the faces are not expressive enough to demonstrate that kind of excitement. Also, I'm pretty sure that's the same face and hairdo as the fortune teller lady.
Do you still want that interview? I got some time now, if you're ready.
Oh, absolutely. We know that you're the private eye who solved the case, but tell our reader something more about yourself.
I'm crazy.
I'm a private eye in Boston. The situation in the port was a good use of my skills.
Well, Detective Reed, I think you'll find our city has a lot of secrets, but people may not like you poking your nose in. Maybe we'll have the chance to work together later. Who knows? And now the big question.
Are you hitting on me?
Why are you here? What brought you to Oakmont?
I mean, I probably wouldn't say no, but also, is it legal for us to shack up? This is the 20s, I'm not sure if it's legal.
Currently, I'm tracking down the source of the psychic phenomenon that's been causing madness and visions all across the country.
Ah, yes. It affected people here, but we were much more concerned with the flood, though Robert Throgmorton sent an expedition.
Yeah, and then hired me to find it. Ironic, don't you think?
I think that's enough for now. I can't give the readers too much all at once. Thank you for your interview, Mr. Reed.
My
Looks
pleasure.
like she smokes 6 packs a day, but
Maybe I'll
sounds
do
like
something
college.
interesting enough to make the papers again. You never know. See you later.
Well, smoking 6 packets a day back in the 20s was probably like light smoking. Hmm, interesting. The voice would likely be affected unless differences in the chemicals they used for cigarettes would hit the voice less. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not very educated on old-time cigarettes. Alright, the period after the flood. Commoners. Advertisements. Dayton ship Titania is currently available to hire, fully equipped for transport, as well as aiding in underwater ventures and exploration. The price of 70 rifle bullets or the equivalent thereof per week. Those interested are urged to contact Captain Major Jeremiah Sanders. The contracting details can be found at Pier 3, Oakmont Port, Grimhaven Bay. Titania was on the boat that Albert Throgmorton came out of. So that's likely what I'm looking for. So it's going to be the Titania. Pier 3. Yeah, I think that's what I'm after. Okay. Hello, Miss Bland. I've come to work together with you closely, like you suggested.
Stay safe.
Okay. God damn, that's an old-timey chair. There's no paper on that typewriter, and I don't think she's actually pressing the keys because it's never going ding. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I have health packages. There we go. That would have been, like, easier to use earlier. Was there morphine in that? I feel like I'm high. There we go. See, they can put paper in the typewriters. That woman just doesn't have any in there. Dude, are you just sniffing the paper?
Stay safe.
Right, so the here was to the south. Seriously, is this a religious thing? Oh no, eels! Eels are principles, yeah, finding an entrance where they can. Should we go after him, Chief? No, I think we'll let him go. He'll be back. More exciting and sexy adventures every week. Found the fast button. Note to self, don't partake of the fish.
Quit staring, newcomer. Get the truck out of here.
Okay, so I can kill people. I can't just kill everybody. Or most people. It's good to know. I was wondering that earlier. Oh, I'm back at the hotel. I wonder. Infested area. Infested area? Gun's not gonna reload itself, boy. Infested with what? Oh. Okay. Well, fuck that. Yeah, not doing that. Just gonna go around. Yeah, that's where I'm after. I think my boat's stuck. Oh, there we go. You're supposed to be saying something? Tier 3 is the... Oh. Alright, we're back. Back in the pit. There it is. Tier 3.
Thank Kay. At last. Hey, help. Help.
What's going on?
Sea creatures. Swarmed over the piers. I hid here, but these walls won't stand up to them. Please help me.
What creatures? What are you talking about?
Wild beasts. They came to feast on the blood. They're eating the dead.
I'm looking for Captain Sanders. Is he here in the port? Did the creatures get him?
I saw Sanders. Help me. I'll tell you what I know.
Alright. Man, I hate it when it's raining and the sun's out. It's never looked right to me. That's a gun.
They emptied every chamber. Still stinks of burnt powder.
Still pick it up and use it as a club. Really, that was it?
Shot dead. Point blank.
That's concerning. I'm gonna assume the wild beasts don't know how to use guns.
I've dealt with the creatures. Now, tell me about Sanders.
He got back several hours ago. Those things, they came because of him.
This Sanders, what kind of man is he?
Newcomer. He seemed like a decent guy. Okay, Captain. Treated his crew well.
I gotta find Sanders. Where is he?
Saw him get away. Just after the shooting. Ran for the pier. Didn't see where he went after that.
Did you see anyone else from the expedition?
No. Only Sanders. I'd bet my life no one else made it back.
Concerning.
The mayor's cursed these days.
See what else we got. Empty the chamber. My initial assumption was empty the chamber at the wild beasts. But this guy was shot dead. The wild beasts wouldn't have done that. Yikes.
The monsters sure didn't leave behind much.
Yeah, it makes sense that would have been wild beasts. That less so.
Gotta be out of your head to do this to a man. Gotta be out of your head to do this to a man.
Yeah, draining my sanity just to look at that. Ungodly creatures from the depths that our minds can't possibly comprehend. I can understand draining your sanity. That's just a guy with 2 axes embedded in his chest. Like, it ain't pleasant, but it's probably not going to drive you crazy. I, Captain Jeremiah Sanders, hereby agree to take on board my vessel Titania any persons designated by Robert Throgmorton and the cargo detailed in the attached manifest, as well as to provide them with any and all necessary assistance up to and including depth measurements, as well as diving support for underwater operation and marine life conservation. Aforementioned services will take place in confidential locations in Cod Bay. Afterwards, the Titania will provide transport for all passengers to Oakmont Port. Compensation will be 70 bullets.
This would be a weird artifact in any collection. Cape Cod. There were marks here, but they've been erased. Cape Cod. There were marks here, but they've been erased. They were in high spirits, and plenty of them were drinking.
I'm missing something. What am I missing?
This would be a weird artifact in any collection. Cape Cod. There were marks here, but they've been erased.
You can't take me! Eat this! To the mayor with you! Die! Die!
No more drink. All we've seen. And you telling me we ain't allowed rum?
Let's get a handle on what actually happened here.
No more drink. All we've seen. And you telling me we ain't allowed rum?
To the mayor with you! Die! Die! You can't take me! Eat this!
He'd be
For
wounded.
whatever reason, the crew went berserk. Only one man got away.
But he would absolutely be wounded. Sanders is the wounded sailor. Where would you go when you're seeking medical aid? You go to the hospital.
The mayor's cursed these days.
Either that or the bar.
The door won't budge.
Fucking lock the bar. Bastards. Yeah, I'll definitely want to head up that way. Ugh. This becomes part of the problem with open world games, just like the running around between locations. Like an actual world to explore, great, cool, especially in a detective game, allowing you to deduce things like this, like, where would a wounded man go? The hospital, probably. But the getting around itself can be tedious, which is just a problem for all open world games. Okay, left, right, right, left. I think I've actually got my bow stuck now. Nope. Nope. That's actually killing me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Oh. Okay, so skip the first left, go down the second. Got it? Good day. Dude, where the fuck did you find an actual rat? And now it's day? What is going on with the weather in this place? And the time?
Find something you like. Cheaper than the rest.
Patient or visitor? Hold on. Let Dr. Grant guess. A visitor. Though you are a bit pale, you don't have a headache, do you?
A little bit.
The usual. Nothing to write home about.
Ah, a chronic headache sufferer. Fascinating. By coincidence, I was studying helminths and their role in illness before the flood. Did you know that all of us are infected by helminth? Your headaches could indicate that they have infested your brain.
That's news to me, Doc. Sounds serious.
May I suggest you become a subject in my experimental medical program?
Yeah, I suggest you put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye.
I think I'll pass, Doc. I played lab rat in an asylum in Boston. Can't say it did a damn thing for me.
Oh, what a pity. It seems as though your brain is already too damaged by the helminth for rational thought.
Dude, if you're just gonna make up stuff as an excuse to send me to the asylum and then use me as an experimental lab rat, I'm probably gonna put a bullet in your head right here and now.
I'm looking for a man. Just checked in. Cut up pretty bad.
I've got a trauma unit full of patients like that, sir.
Specifically axe wound in the shoulder.
Okay,
left shoulder.
This might ring a bell. My guy has a deep axe wound in his shoulder.
Sir, I really don't have time for rifling through paperwork. But you're welcome to take a look at our archives if it means that much to you.
Ah, you got pissy because I didn't agree to sign up to your drug program.
It looks like hard work in these conditions. You need a hand?
Well, yes, actually. But it may result in close contact with the Wiles. Is that going to be a problem?
No, it'll probably happen again sooner or later.
I'm prepared to face men and beasts alike. Count me in.
Ah, I can see it in your eyes. Well, I have taken it upon myself to study the wild beasts, but need more data to confirm two of my hypotheses. One concerns the multi-handed creatures, and the other the vomiting humanoids.
What have you found out about the multi-handed beasts?
One of my patients saw them in his nightmares before the flood. I can't visit him, but he must know something. Here's his address. Jim Bells, a patient of mine, was admitted to hospital with symptoms resembling cholera, but he turned into one of those things. Incredible. Here's the address. Find out what happened.
Bye.
Imagine after what happened, Sanders wouldn't want to stick around here after receiving treatment. Patients after the flood. Surgery. Peter Crowley, male, 29, Oakmont, multiple burns, fragmentation, wounds to chest and face as a result of explosion. Several surgeries, wound treatment, facial surgery, prognosis good, bed rest recommended. Joseph Willow, male, 39, newcomer, deep cut wound to the left shoulder, broken collarbone, fractured scapula. Wound stitched, fracture set and bandaged, no trace of infection evident. Prognosis good, bed rest recommended. So he's taken a fake name, Joseph Willow, got it.
Be safe. We don't have any free beds left.
Joseph Willow.
What happened to you, mister?
Pete. Explosion. Fishing with dynamite. Hurts talking.
I'm sorry. Well, get better soon.
Fishing
Bye.
with dynamite?
Oh, my stomach. I ain't never eaten leeches ever again, no sir.
That's the same character model again.
Oh, my stomach. I ain't never eaten leeches ever again, no sir.
Alright, third floor. And there she is again.
Yeesh. What happened to your shoulder?
Some psycho in a bar brawl. Gun came out, he clipped me good in the shoulder. Something I can help you with?
I'm just looking for someone. Captain Sanders.
Captain Sanders? Never heard of him. I'm Joseph Willow. You should probably look somewhere else.
That's funny. The records say you were admitted for an axe wound, just like a certain Captain Sanders got in the port massacre. Spill.
Oh, to the depths with it. Who sent you?
I'm asking the question.
Those bandages have got to be really thin for me to be able to see his nipples
Tell me
through
who
them.
you are.
Charles Reed, Private Eye. Throgmorton wants to know what happened to his lost expedition.
So Throgmorton came looking at last. I knew someone like you would find me sooner or later.
I think it'd be an understatement to say your expedition met with disaster.
Yeah.
There are things that should never be found, Mr. Reed. I only wish I'd known that then. They'd still be alive. The scientists, my crew. None of them deserved what happened to them.
And what did happen?
Did you know Albert Throgmorton made it to shore?
Albert survived? Is he here?
No, he's dead.
No. He didn't make it. He's dead as the rest. Murdered in the port. But what about the others?
I don't know. My crew left them down there, underwater. I ordered a rescue attempt, but they threatened mutiny.
Abraham Lincoln. Good old honest Abe.
You've got a good reason for leaving the expedition to die, right?
Well, he just said.
You weren't there.
Who
Day
threatened
after
mutiny?
day on that ship, it was a horror, Mr. Reed. We saw things. Not one of us dared sleep. It was an expedition into cursed waters. Mark my words.
Tell me what happened on the last dive.
We had a system. The divers go down, then come up at a prearranged time. But not one surfaced that day. In the end, I sent a team to check. They returned with Albert, but all were half mad with fear.
I was on the Titania before I came here. It seems you were all hitting the bottle pretty hard. Why?
To stop them from rioting. To save them from despair. After those dives, anyone would turn to drink.
So, the diving did a number on your crew. But what happened in the port?
I don't know. They were calm until we docked, and then they lost it. And many good men lost their lives.
What were you looking for underwater?
The cause of all this. The stones, the flood, the monsters. The scientists found cracks on the seabed. They were working on some theory of how it connected to the madness.
The ocean floor splits open and that means hysteria on land. Really?
We spent days over the cracks. We heard things. Saw things looking back at us.
Could you take me out to where the last dive took place?
No. You can't follow them, Mr. Reed. It's suicide. Worse than suicide.
I'm a Navy diver, Captain. And with all due respect, I'm not afraid of boogeymen.
I don't care. I'm not taking you there. And besides, you'll never
Cthulhu's
follow them
butthole.
without proper equipment.
It was so large and gaping and moist, and it drove them insane.
Do you know where I can get a good diving suit?
My men got theirs from a local factory. If you're that bullheaded, I'll write down the address.
Where's the logbook from the Titania?
Well, I had it with me, but I was all out of it by the time I got here. I remember the surgery ward. When I came round, my things were gone.
Get better soon.
I warned you.
Scratch me. Please, please, just here. This itching is driving me insane.
Yeah, that isn't also the same one. Mind me, I'm just coming into your office to steal stuff. Why are so many of these windows broken? Hello.
Oh, my stomach. I ain't never eaten leeches ever again, no sir.
Be safe. We don't have any free beds left.
Going on down here. There we go. Accident place. Crew complaining of noises and no sleep. Fish behaving strangely. March 22nd. Reached the crew reporting hallucinations. March 23rd. Distributed rum. Hopefully it will distract him. 23rd. Found an air pocket in the caverns near the Devil's Teeth, close to the city. Scientists discovered walls, ancient walls. Asked for crates with tools. March 24th. Sent Tate and Myers down to investigate after surfacing deadline passed. March 24th. Tate and Myers returned with only Albert Throckmorton, who is now unhinged. His madness settling. March 24th. Crew dragged Albert to a lifeboat, tried to stop them, resulted in mutiny. Devil's Teeth. Devil's Teeth. Surgery and storage, you know? Smith Road between Levi Coffin Avenue and Deep Shore. Deep Shore Road was down here. Somewhere here. Is there a clear path from here? I'd have to get here-ish. This side of the Devil's Wreath, follow here. Alright. Isn't this supposed to be a fast travel point?
What's your problem?
Oh wow, there's people here.
I'm watching you, newcomer.
That's the same woman again.
Hey, knock it off!
I probably wouldn't be noticing that that's the same woman over and over if there hadn't been two separate characters with that face. Alright. Turn onto Polaris Road. Follow until C. Smith Avenue. Today. Next one. Right, so the factory is going to be somewhere between Levi Coffin Avenue and Deep Shore Road. Yep, seems like the place. Oh, bastard. Alright.
This wouldn't even hold air for a minute.
Can I craft? Oh, cool. Now I can carry stuff. Yeah, I've got too many bullets. But the fact that I can carry, like, that I can craft more is, like, good to know. Hmm. How deep could you possibly dive with this kind of kit?
I'm not trusting my life to a rusty suit.
Okay. About 100 meters. Alright. There's Devil's Teeth. Hmm. Well, how long have we been going? Over 3 hours. Oh, I think it's probably about time for a BRB. Stretch your legs. Some hair in you. And we'll be right back. Yeah, we're back. Alright. Devil's Teeth. Do it. Thank you, Clem. I didn't realise I'm actually playing Spider-Man. Alright. This, yeah, this is good enough. How's everybody doing? Everybody good? Yep. Yep-a-rooney. This makes me think I want to play Dishonored. I picked up a Deathloop today. And like, yeah, well, I don't want to play Dishonored. I would like to get to Dishonored. Good game. It's on the schedule somewhere. I don't remember where. But there was a thing that came out this week, I think there's like actual confirmation, not this week, recently, like actual confirmation that Deathloop takes place in a possible future of Dishonored. And you know what I'm like? It's like, hey, yeah, I'm good. I want to do Drakengard 1 and 2 before I do Nier. With that same idea, you want to do again, Dishonored 1, 2, and definitely outside before I do Deathloop. Well, that was quick. Devil's Teeth. Teeth, Clem. Teeth. You know, it seems really, really stupid to do this without somebody to watch my back. Three holes to see through is not great. I believe people actually used to go this deep underwater in these things.
The chemical lamps are nearly spent, but I reckon I can still follow them.
Alright. My guess is it's a necessary design, like as little glass as possible, because glass would be the weakest part of the suit. And you know it's glass. Hold RB to slowly recover damage pressure. Yeah, let's see what we can find in this game about Cthulhu. Or Cthulhu as well. They said Dagon earlier, so like, it feels very Cthulhu. Diving suit helmet. Someone drowned down here. Absolutely horrible way to go. Looking at that is driving me insane. I shouldn't do that. Oh dear. Yeah, just look at the sky. It's not help. Fucking run. Hey, no, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, God, my mind. Look at the ground, look at the ground. Give me my sanity back. Can't even inject myself with a psychostimulant. I remember when. I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even if your emotions had to let go, there's so much space. Success. What? Alright.
The scientists didn't even take their tools with them.
Success! Thank you, Clem. I don't think that's how you do the caramel dancing. You okay there, buddy?
Gods lean over us. Gods crawl in us. Gods who have marked me as their aphid. Gods lean over us.
Cool.
Gods crawl in us. Gods who have marked me as their aphid.
Well, the team's still alive. Some of them.
The suits are all cut up.
I guess I'm not bringing them back to the surface.
A ritual knife and a cult sign. I think I better show Mr. Throckmorton.
Sancta Mare, be our eyes, eyes to see the distant stars.
Hark, he comes! The sacred full-bellied bearer of splendor.
What they call me?
Make me, I beg you.
Bearer of what? Who are you talking to? What happened?
Our eyes. First, second, third, opened by the aura. You see much, yet do not see the splendid shell of the white virgin here sleeping.
Cut the horse crap. Give me a straight answer.
nonsense? But it is meaning that is meaningless. Open yourself. Walk, listen, pray. Wake, you holy worm. Take his skin and skull for your home. Take my worship and grant your kindness. I pray you.
Perfectly preserved artifact. Was it the focus of their worship?
Okay. Gotta abandon them. You saw what happened up above when just one survivor with the infectious matter got out. It led to 2 deaths.
You see now, do you? The splendid horror of the truth.
That's a dose still alive.
We enter the temple the moment they take the key seal. Get ready to cut up their diving suits.
These are the same people who attacked the expedition headquarters. I thought it would have been the scientists who cut up the diving suits after they were stranded here. In their madness, but no.
Forget them! Get the seed and the seal now!
That would be the gun that I found outside.
Okay. What? It's shivering. This... No! Get away from me!
I think I'm starting to get the picture.
We enter the temple the moment they take the key seal. Forget them! Get the seed and the seal now!
Okay. What? It's shivering. This... No! Get away from me!
No, I'm not happy with that sequence.
Me? What? It should...
Forget him! Get the seed and the seal now!
The expedition found an artifact that drove them mad. Then, the Innsmouthers stole it and the professor in one go.
Hey, Flame. Awesome. Good to know. I can watch us try and make sense of insanity. That leads... One person infected with the madness already caused so much trouble and violence. If we bring the rest of them back, it'll be exponentially worse. Innsmouthers though. Okay, so diving sickness there is probably a result of like incredible shifts in pressure in a very short space of time. I know what happened now. Yeah, I'm just glad you're here, Flame. I always appreciate you and your presence in the chat. Use your other hand, pull it out.
Crew of the Cyclops. Semper Fortis, brothers.
Who's got a problem that can fucking come at me?
The door won't budge.
I'm watching you, newcomer.
Dark out tonight. Yeah, I should report to him now. So if I take this left here and just head straight north, I'll get there pretty simple. Do you got any plans of what you might stream, Flame? Meow. That's gotta be it. Oakmont's place. Loving memory of Albert Throgmorton, son of respected Throgmorton and descendant of a robust bloodline. Died on Thursday at Oakmont Port, aged 25. We mourn his untimely death, but celebrate the way he lived his life. Throgmorton family appreciates the many comforting words and prayers sent by the citizens of...
Bad news, Mr. Throgmorton. The expedition members are dead, and the Innsmouthers kidnapped the professor.
Those degenerates, they dare get in my way.
Your expedition found something buried in the ruins. The Innsmouthers were after it.
I'm not entirely sure why yet.
Professor Doe, along with the artifact she was carrying.
Artifact? What artifact? Where did you find them? Tell me everything.
Your men found some kind of underwater temple. In it was an ancient artifact. The Innsmouthers call it the Seal. The Innsmouthers were lying in wait. Your men took the item, and the Innsmouthers took their chance and made off with Professor Doe and the artifact.
How did they catch them off guard?
Seems that after the seal was taken from its place, Everyone in the expedition suffered some kind of mental breakdown. The Innsmouthers must have known about that and waited for the right moment.
They knew what was going to happen. Inconceivable. Wait a moment, how did you know they were Innsmouthers?
One of the attackers was killed by a member of the expedition. I have a photo.
My expedition failed. My boy was killed. This is more than personal, Mr. Reed. This is a threat to everyone.
They have Harriet and the artifact she found, but she may still be alive.
That's why I hesitate to wipe their fish-faced kin from Oakmont this instant. But we won't sit idle. Find them, Mr. Reed. Not the grunts, but their leaders. Infiltrate their ranks if need be. Bring me my professor back.
Yeah, sure. I'll just blend right into their group. Absolutely.
I'm looking into the madness, not politics and power games.
And your best source of information is currently in the slimy hands of those Innsmouthers. Professor Doe shared the visions. She found something inside those ruins, and now they have her. She knows something crucial, I'm certain. There's also a more
There's no other reason why they would have taken her when they left everybody else.
Mr. Reed.
I can be delicate when it matters, so shoot.
I have a colleague, you might say. His name is Herbert Glover. Like myself, he is a collector of fine art.
I'm a detective, Mr. Throgmorton, not a burglar.
I don't care for your insinuation, Mr. Reed. I would never be so crass as to hire a thief. I had a meeting with Herbert, one of great import, shall we say, one at which he failed to appear. I want you to find out why.
Personal concern?
That sounds simple enough. Okay, I'll do it.
Very good, Mr. Reed. There is one final detail. This case must remain secret, and you must not reveal to anyone for whom you are working.
Discretion is my watchword.
Don't worry, I'm not about to head over to the newspaper and give them an interview about any of this.
Investigation. You'll find it's fair.
Have a good day.
That's a weird headline for you to be reading at your son's wake. More evidence of such crimes. Police station. She is here. Let's go. God damn.
The door won't budge.
Well, there's nothing here of value. Anyway. Weird that you have two pianos in the house.
The mortician has touched him up well.
Coins on the eyes. Interesting custom. Oh, I'm aware of what the custom is. Charon. Greek thing. Just interesting that somebody would be doing it in 1920s America. The American Death Vermin. Reg. G'day.
Hello, officer.
Well, look who finally decided to show up. If it ain't Charles Reed, the genius that cracked the case of Albert Throgmorton.
Yeah,
Captain
it wasn't
Caleb
difficult.
Lyons at your service. What can we simpletons do to assist you, Mr. Holmes?
Do you and I have a problem, officer?
No, no. Aside from making everyone in the Oakmont Police Department look like idiots, let me be frank, newcomer. You ain't welcome. You slip up, don't cross a T or dot an I, and I'll treat you like every other criminal here.
Okay. Well, can I use the police archive in the meantime?
You can, but only because of Mr. Throgmorton's patronage. And heed me well, you're on mighty thin ice, and I'll be under it when it breaks. That's a very bad idea. That's a very bad idea. That's a very bad idea.
Yeah, so my captain keeps telling me. What, they'll be under thin ice when it breaks for me? Yeah, if you're under the ice, you'll be drowning. Staring up my long johns. Alright, crimes. My guess is violent. PM, April 5th, Fish Market, Eastern Shills, corner of Orchard and Fire. Apparently suspicious looking Innsmouth as he was stalking a young woman. In his possession, a peculiar golden amulet which resembled a fish eye as well as a dagger. Tried to cuff him, crying for help. Brothers from EOD. Several other armed Innsmouthers have appeared from the fish market. Lieutenant Phelps, you say? Fish market. That sounds like it could be interesting. Corner of Orchard and Holy Fire. There we go, that's awkward. Here. Maybe I'll stop off at the Chronicle on my way. Yeah, maybe I won't make your force look like such fucking idiots if you won't stand around doing nothing all day. Got him! Yeah, just follow this around. Run around, get around, I get around, yeah, go around, get around, I get around, I get around. Miss Bland.
Stay safe.
Miss Bland. Oh, so much for a follow-up interview. Or the promise of illegal sex. Oh. Honor of Holy Fire and Orchid. Yes.
Just caught, mister. Come. Find something you like. Cheaper than the rest.
Don't be shy.
I'm not in the mood, newcomer. If you want to talk, see Anna. She's in charge here.
Is a woman allowed to be in charge in the 20s?
Fish? Fresh fish?
Those sound kind of scandalous.
Vote for Oakmont! Your vote is your choice. Choose wisely.
Yeah, that. There we go.
Vote for Oakmont! Your vote is your choice. Choose wisely.
Fish? Fresh fish?
Gentle touch of
Take as much
tentacles.
as you need. It won't cost you a penny.
Well, I suppose this is the 20s. America won't be hating the
Fresh
Japanese for another 15 years at least.
Take as much as you need. Fish? Fresh fish? Take as much as you need. It won't cost you a penny. Don't be shy. We have enough for everyone.
I've heard that I can find an organization hereabouts that goes by the name of the EOD. Am I in the right place?
You sure are. I happen to be a representative of the EOD. Pleased to meet you. My name's Anna. Can I help you with something?
Yeah, I thought this was a criminal
Charles Reed.
organization.
Just a few
but
questions,
you
if
were
I
very
may.
blasé about admitting
Of course.
you're part of it.
Ask away, Charlie.
Not Charlie, it's Charles.
What is the EOD? I mean, what do you do as an organization?
Well, we are a non-profit charitable organization. Actually, it's better to say that we're a gathering of volunteers. We're not an official charity yet.
So you don't have a number.
As for what we do, we try to help
Charity.
ease the suffering in our city as much as we can.
Huh. And how do you do that?
We provide
stabbing
fish for the
people.
hungry and fix the homes of the poor. We also patrol the streets at night to keep the wild beasts and bandits at bay. And many, many more things. Whatever needs doing. Anything to help the people, Charlie.
It's been great chatting with you, but I'm actually here to speak with the EOD leadership. You know where I can find them?
Not so fast, Charlie. Nobody meets the top brass without being a member. You need to earn a rank in the EOD first.
And this sounds like fetch
kidding
quest
me.
bullshit.
What for?
You need to prove yourself. Show us through your actions that you're worth our time. No offense, Charlie.
It's Charles, not Charlie.
Oh, but you're too sweet to be a Charles. Your adorable, rugged hangdog look just screams Charlie to me. Puts a smile on my face.
Oh, fine. How can I join?
That all depends on what skills you can offer us. What do you do best?
Killing things.
Well, I'm afraid my resume's in my other jacket. Let me see. I was in the Navy during the war, and ever since it ended, I've been a private eye.
The sea provides. Turns out we have a job that's a perfect fit for you.
Perfect.
You need me to sail somewhere? I have a boat.
A boat that I found on the dock that
As
nobody
much
was
as
using.
I'd
That I'm saying
love
is
to go
mine now.
sailing with you, I actually had something else in mind.
Listen, I'm already taken. Okay, the lady at the newspaper said she was very interested in some alone time. I don't want to ruin that.
Okay. Tell me more about this job.
Well, last night someone tried to break into our fish storage room. Luckily, the guards scared him off, but I fear they'll be back to finish the job. That's why we've been busy today giving away all the fish to the people. We'd rather it get into the hands of the needy than to some thief.
And you want me to find whoever this thief is, right?
You're smart, Charlie. I like it. Exactly.
The smell scared him off. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, how are you storing fish overnight in the 20s? Those things would go bad so quickly.
Fine. Count me in.
Good. Thank you. Here's the address. Tell the guard the password, I serve the sea, and he'll let you into the storeroom.
Right. I serve the sea, not I need a pee.
See you later.
Glad to see you again.
No photographs, do you hear me?
There will be loss. There will be.
Do you want a fishy?
No. Alright, where am I going? Locating the shells. Hawking Lane between Warren and Liberty. There's the problem. I was looking for the fish market on the west shells rather than the east. Let's get west and east mixed up. There we go. That away. There's no way to get there on foot. Sooner or later, I'll have to take a boat.
Please help a fella out. I'll take anything you got.
Dude, they're giving away fish right there. Why are you collecting shoes? I mean, I guess if you're probably walking around all day and you've got nowhere to stop, having spare shoes isn't a bad idea. You okay there? Did I just get mugged? Dude, it's raining. Put a shirt on. It's a good thing I got my coat on. And we keep running. I don't know what's with these infested areas. Huh. Yeah, it looks like what I'm after.
You got business here.
Yeah, I need to pee.
I serve the sea. Anna sent me here to investigate the recent break-in.
Sea be praised. Finally. I'm Daryl Grimes. How can I help you?
What's the deal with the password and such?
Orders from the higher-ups. I don't get to ask why.
Okay.
Can you tell me what happened? And don't skimp on the details.
Not much to tell, sadly. It was a man, that much I
Yeah,
know.
this is one of the Inns
He
brothers.
snuck in while I was upstairs, tried to steal the fishies, but I heard him. Nearly got him with a harpoon by Kay, but I missed in the dark. He got away, that Dane, but I wonder, why steal what you can get for free?
Yeah, that's a bit of a puzzler.
William, that's racist.
What did this burglar look like?
Same height as you. Not too big, not too small. Nothing to write home about. An average Joe. If not for his, bald head. That guy was as bald as an egg. I could see the moonlight reflecting off the top of his head.
Huh.
And what did he steal?
Nothing. I scared him off before he could.
Where did he go after that?
Don't know, pal. He was way faster than me.
All right. Well, that's enough for now, Mr. Grimes. I've got to go to work.
Here, take the key. May the sea bless you.
Thanks.
The sea protects.
What does that mean? Right. Also kills like a ton of people. Okay.
Wow. It pierced a good inch of solid wood like it was nothing.
It's how to do what I do best. Deduce. Oh, it's only one of you fuckers. No. God damn, God. See, I like playing games like this, checking them out, playing them, spending time with them, because they're always... What was that? They're always interesting and, like, worth experiencing. Stuff like this, and Vampire, and Call of Cthulhu, and stuff like the B-list games, the ones that aren't triple A.
Thing's dead as a doornail, but I don't see any wounds.
The problem is, usually the combat is absolute shit. Or there's stealth that's absolutely terrible. And it's kind of a big shame. Because that kind of thing can put a lot of people off. Or, like, it's graphically just weird. Yo. Huh.
Nice work. When I was a kid, I would have gone nuts for this. Well, if it was finished, that is.
Told them no. That's good work, Teague. Proud of you.
This guy must really be into his hobby to have such impressive tools.
I don't know, man. At this point, it's probably less of a hobby and more of a living. Dear Mr. Grimes, we cannot thank you enough for what you do for the children. In these dark times, your toys go down like a tall glass of water. They all pray for your good health every day. We also kindly remind you that we still await your visit. Our staff, and of course the children, are eager to finally meet our benefactor in person. So please don't hesitate and come as soon as you are able, or unless you're a fish person. I feel like I'm missing stuff. That's definitely the same kind of symbol I saw on the contests.
This guy must really be into his hobby to have such impressive tools.
Everything from up here, then?
That's a fancy-looking bottle. Looks like it was taken from a lab somewhere. There's some kind of powder left on the bottom. I better not touch it. It could be dangerous. The hall's fresh, still smells of the sea. No signs of decomposition at all.
That suggests to me poisoned fish. Like that bit in Raiders of the Lost Ark where the guy poisons the dates, but the monkey ends up eating one before Indy does. Just with this place and sea fucking. Nothing in the furnaces.
The hall's fresh, still smells of the sea. No signs of decomposition at all.
The sea protects.
Thanks, Mr. Grams.
Wow. It pierced a good inch of solid wood like it was nothing.
What am I missing? What am I missing? Eyes shaped like a fish. Nope, nothing there.
This guy must really be into his hobby to have such impressive tools.
So far, I've got nothing to go on. Yeah, I can just climb on stuff.
It pierced a good inch of solid wood like it was nothing.
Why would that wood be an inch thick? That's not an inch thick. I can see inside. That's not an inch of wood. That's like 2 centimeters at best.
The hall's fresh, still smells of the sea. No signs of decomposition at all.
The sea protects.
What am I missing? Distinctive bald head. But like, I've got nothing to go on right now. There it is. That's what I've been looking for.
So first it ate the fish, and now it's dead. That's troubling.
That's what I was looking for.
Come back, you thief. I'll show you not to mess with us.
So it wasn't the thief who would have thrown that harpoon, it was Grimes.
Just a little bit more. I hope Professor Westerbrook never learns about this.
Stole 2 crates.
Darn pests. Mayor, take them.
Okay, let's see what we have here.
Alright. Alright.
Professor Westerbrook, just a little bit more. Oh no.
Darn pests. Mayor, take them. Come back, you thief. I'll show you not to mess with us.
A man broke into the fish storage, poisoned the fish with an unknown substance, then made a noise which alerted the guard, who chased him out.
So the EOD isn't anything out of poisoned fish. I thought it came from that guy who's been poisoning the fish with something. University. That's the asylum. That looks like it could be a university campus. I feel like the smartest thing to do... Oh no, there's the university. Never mind. I'm gonna say I think the smartest thing to do would be head to City Hall and see if we can find any records of it that confirm it. Alright. I should let him know the fish are probably poisoned.
You dig up anything interesting?
I sure did. Turns out our friend here wasn't here to rob the place. He came to poison the fish.
By the sea. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Well, that's what the evidence suggests, anyway.
Okay. This is horrible. Please don't tell Anna it was my fault, or she'll have me quartered.
What?
Anna will quarter you. You're joking about that, right?
Wish I was. Anna, she's ruthless when it comes to punishing the guilty, EOD member or not.
That's
interesting.
Unexpected. Huh. Don't worry. I won't tell her. You seem like a decent sort, Daryl. I'll make something up.
Thanks, Mr. Reed. Here's a little something to express my gratitude. Take care now. Still, I've done wrong and I deserve to be punished. I'll stay on guard duty for the next month without a day off. You have my word.
All right. You go ahead and do what you gotta do, I guess. Can you remind me where I can find the Oakmont University?
You can't miss it. It's the greatest thing Oakmont has to offer, except maybe our famous caramelized eel stew. Give me your map.
That sounds like
There
something
you
Clint
go.
would be into.
But don't forget to first report your findings to Anna.
See ya.
May the sea protect you.
So, because of your failure in guarding the fish stock, your punishment is going to be guarding the fish stock. Oh no, I was right, that is Oakmont University. Why the fuck is the university's library all the way over here? Let's see how fast travel works. Ba-ba-dum, bum-ba-dum. Ba-ba-dum, bum-ba-dum. Well, that was less interesting than it could have been.
Don't be shy. We have enough
I've
room.
got news about your fish storage problem.
Oh, I'm all ears, Charlie.
It only looked like a robbery. Some guy broke into the storage to poison the fish. Near as I can tell, he succeeded, at least partially. I realize it's a lot to take on faith. Look, I've got a sample of what I think is the poison, though I can't identify it yet.
See, protect us. That's terrible. What kind of man would do such a thing, and why?
I don't know, but I aim to find out.
We need to stop distributing the fish. We have to let everyone know about this. Kay knows how many people might already be affected.
Any theories on who might have done this? Any enemies?
The EOD has a lot of enemies. Wicked people that want to burn this city or drown it in blood.
Why does it matter what you drown somebody in as long as you drown
It could be
them?
the police, the Ku Klux Klan, see take them, or even the Throgmortons. We were always a thorn in the side of those apes.
Okay.
What do you want me to do with the poisoner once I find him?
I'd bring an end to him right there if I were you. The police and court are useless these days.
That wasn't the deal. I'm a detective, not a hitman.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Report to me when you find him. I'll see that the reward will be more than handsome, if you know what I mean.
I'll, see what I can do.
One thing still bothers me.
I would have known
The guard
what you
at the
meant
storage,
if you hadn't said,
Daryl.
do you know what I mean?
What was he doing at the time?
Your guard was vigilant. He fought bravely, but the poisoner knocked him out. You ask me, he deserves a raise.
Good old dependable Daryl. I hope he's okay. I'll see he gets his due. Goodbye, Charlie.
Now, refresh my memory. Where's the university here?
I know it very well. Here, give me your map and I'll show you.
You were a student there, I take it.
Yes, that's right. I earned my degree there a while ago. Are you surprised?
I just wasn't expecting to see a college graduate working here is all. I never had the opportunity myself. Could say I'm a bit jealous.
You'll find that here in Oakmont, a woman can achieve much more than on the mainland. Our university has always accepted women with open arms.
See you later.
Yeah, this game's been weird about stuff like this. It's like, okay, hey, game opens up with a warning that there's going to be racism, and then the only racism is towards a fictional race and not actually racism. Like, nobody seems to have an issue with black people here, or the Irish, which is weird for the 20s. And women are allowed to do things. Why make a point of that if you're not going to make a point of that? This is something I'll need to hold on to. By north. Wish I had a car that was also a boat. It made getting around a whole lot less insane. I'm gonna regret this, That's a very small barricade there. Right, so there's the university. Exactly where I expected it
Extra,
to be.
extra. All the news that's fit to print. Buy a paper, mister?
I would if you'd stop waving your hand through my hat. You fucking kidding me?
Welcome to the University of Oakmont. How can I help you?
Oh, stars, you can shave that goddamn mustache.
You recognize this bottle? You know where it comes from?
Sorry. We have hundreds of bottles like this in the university.
Fine. I need to know what's in it. Any suggestions?
You need an analysis. Well, I'm sure someone from the Department of Medicine can help there.
I'm looking for Professor Westerbrook. You know where I can find him?
You're the one bringing him the specimen?
Specimen?
Never mind. He's in the Department of Medicine. Let me show you.
You have a good day.
Goodbye, sir.
Alright, Department of Medicine. Hello. You are not allowed to shake your head at me with mutton chops like that. Well, now that's interesting. All staff and students of the University of Oakmont, henceforth any mention of everyone's obvious duty organization, also known as EOD, symbolics, current and or past members as well as espousing their beliefs, is forbidden on university grounds on pain of dismissal and or expulsion. The administration has received numerous reports of EOD activity and outreach disguised as so-called charity work throughout our university and all over Oakmont. Dangerous activity has reached epidemic proportions and cannot be tolerated. Administration of the Board of Trustees. Cool. You are saying it's disguised as charity work. You're not saying what it actually is. All this does is raise awareness and interest.
Hello, sir. Welcome to Oakmont University Department of Medicine. I'm Samuel.
Charles Reed, private investigator. I have a few questions if you don't mind.
Aren't you the guy I spoke to down on the docks? Will Hammond?
You recognize this bottle? Maybe
Just
you
with
could tell me
mutton
what's
chops.
inside.
That's one of our lab bottles. We have a lot of them. As for what's inside, I'd need to run some tests.
Could you do that for me?
These tests aren't cheap. And the other day I could get right to it, but we're, somewhat hindered right now.
Sure.
What's up?
Our lab is crawling with, well, creatures. Professor Westerbrook's research is a little unconventional, and something went wrong. Really wrong.
So, if I do a little pest control for you, you'll run those tests for me. For free?
Our budget is tight. You'd be helping the cause of science, Mr. Reed. Isn't that enough?
No.
Oh, I guess science could help itself.
All right. Yes, you solve our problem, and I'll run the test for you. Off the books. Here's the key for the basement.
What country do you think you live in? I do something for you, do something for me. Capitalism, baby. Oh, that's not one of those creatures. That's fucking horrifying. That was it. I was expecting a lot more than that. March 2nd, I finally received a living specimen. Sadly, it's only the smallest one. The grunts call it Mr. Handsome, but I think it needs a proper name. March 3rd, was thinking about the name for the specimen all night. Done a series of experiments on the creature. So far, it's proven exceptionally resistant to all the poisonous substances at my disposal, as well as acid and electrocution. Shrieking, though, bound to haunt me. March 5th. Last night I had a vision. Thousands of hands wrapped around me as a blanket. I heard the name inside my head. Stygian Harvester. Okay.
What kind of person would even touch this? Not to mention dissect it.
Yeah, look away. It's driving you insane.
Some serious equipment they've got here. Oakmont University is clearly well funded.
Jars of pee with brains in them. March 10th, with those pesky limitations removed, I can finally continue my experiments unhindered. I need to know more. The specimen's remained alive in with half its internal organs removed. It's fascinating. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough in biology as we know it. March 15th, I developed a way to reanimate their tissue, even in one that's been dead for weeks. This is monumental. Possibilities of it, the implications. Does this hint at something hidden, some trait present inside other creatures and perhaps even ourselves? I will need volunteers. That sounds kinda dodgy. Proper dodgy.
I'm glad this thing is dead. Why do they even keep it here?
Thing's gonna come to life at some point and be a boss. Pretty sure of it. Alright, it's done.
Your lab is certified creature-free.
Also, I can
Excellent,
teleport.
Mr. Reed. You've done us a great favor. Now we can get things up and running again.
Your lab was, interesting. Running experiments on those creatures. What's up with that?
Oh, they're fascinating, aren't they? Convincing evidence of new branches in the evolutionary tree. Can you blame us for taking an interest?
Maybe not.
Bit,
but
yeah.
so much dead flesh down there, that's going to attract scavengers. Didn't you think about that?
Yeah, well, no. We'll be more careful in the future. Your point's taken.
One of us here doesn't have a university education.
Okay. I've done my part. Here's the bottle. Now you run those tests.
Yes. Wait here. It shouldn't take long.
Don't go down there and say you're running the test, but not actually running the test, because I will break
We
your
finished that
kneecaps.
analysis, sir. It's ricin.
Fucking ricin?
Ricin?
A highly toxic poison extracted from castor beans. It's slow-acting, but absolutely fatal to humans.
So, where do you get ricin? This isn't something you can pick up from a
No, it
drugstore.
really isn't.
About that. It is rare, but we have a certain amount of it here. for study in our poison store. Or we did.
Don't eat the
I'm
rice,
afraid
Sinclair.
that must be where it came from. The label had been tampered with, but it certainly looks like ours. Where did you find it?
Crime scene. Someone was trying to poison a bunch of fish with it.
This is horrible. I need to warn everyone in the university about this.
Who's got access to where the poison's stored?
Only Professor Westerbrook has the key. His office is upstairs, right alongside Professor Cavendish's. Professor Westerbrook's not here, though. He's been sick for the last few days. Professor Cavendish is away as well, on vacation.
Where do they live?
I'm not sure, but probably somewhere in Advent. Most of the teaching staff live there. Wait, you don't think it was one of them?
I'm working on that. Can you let me upstairs?
Well... all right. This is serious. I'll help you. Here's the key, but please don't disturb the professor's things.
I'd like to know a bit more about your professors.
What do you want to know?
Is one of them bald?
I want to know more about Westerbrook.
He's the head of our department. He's been here for, well, at least 30 years. He's one of the longest-serving staff we have. As you've already seen, he's particularly interested in the wild beast that recently appeared in our city.
Yeah, that's quite the unique fauna you have there.
I've no idea how he did it, but Mr. Throgmorton's men brought him live specimens for his research. He thinks he's on the verge of a breakthrough in evolutionary theory. A secret that, once revealed, will benefit all humankind.
Some secret should stay buried, 6 feet under.
You're not a man of science, are you? It's not about why. It's about what if.
Yeah, what if it's wrong? What if it's not a secret we're supposed to have? What if it causes horrible mutations? What if the only way for us to become like them is to become them?
What can you tell me about Professor Cavendish?
He's one of the most
with
brilliant
your fake
teachers we have.
pseudoscience
A
nonsense.
PhD at only 25. Just imagine. His biochemistry studies are second to none, worthy of a Nobel Prize. If he could complete his work.
What's his problem?
I don't know. There's some kind of family trouble. It's made him standoffish and irritable and easily distracted. I hope he gets whatever he's going through. We need his talent, especially in these dark times.
I'll see you later.
Yes, none of those. You think it's concerning that there's a wheelchair at the top of the stairs? That's a good pillage. George Cavendish. And another broken window. Like, this game is reusing assets all the damn time. But, like, these kind of things, broken windows all over the place. It's not that they're reusing the same broken window texture that bothers me. It's that these are broken windows in places that really shouldn't have broken windows. Anything interesting? This is absurd. It's been 5 months and I still haven't finished repairing my office. I'm done sitting in the corridor like some kind of waiter. I won't step in this building again until the works are finished or you give me Cavendish's office. Tell that to the board. I'm through with this farce.
The door won't budge. These bottles look exactly the same as the one with the poison.
Just stocks of ricin? man. We used to have stools like exactly like this in our science class in high school. It's sat on them for like an hour and they were fucking awful. Draft of an article. Brothers and sisters crossed out. Too familiar. My fellow Americans crossed out. They are Americans too. Citizens of Oakmont. How much will we put up? How much longer will we put up with those fish-faced bastards crossed out? Those sea freaks crossed out. How much longer will we put up with this? Those K-forsaken degenerates who call themselves the E.P. Interesting. Chemo.
This should be good enough to make a decent copy.
Cavendish is the one we're after. Alright. Wrong button.
Can you fill me in on ricin again?
Of course. What do you need to know?
Symptoms.
How can you tell if someone's been poisoned with ricin?
The symptoms take several days to develop. At first, it's like a common cold. But over several days, well, it develops into hemorrhage, internal organ failure, and death. It's not a pleasant way to die.
It's an interesting consideration, like, not a pleasant way to die, as if there are pleasant ways to die that aren't death by snoo-snoo.
There's some kind of cure for ricin?
I'm afraid not. Once it's in your system, it's a death sentence.
Oh, eat the ricin, Clem.
I'll see you later.
Somewhere in heaven. City Hall may have records of where citizens live. And ricin's a word that I've not heard in a long time.
Fresh fish. Just caught, mister.
The City Hall. Usually when a story wants to talk about poison, they'll talk about arsenic or cyanide. Because they're just more recognized, I guess. You say arsenic or cyanide, people know what you're talking about. Ricin's an old one.
Yes, yes, I haven't got all day. What do you want?
Oh, I know what the hell just happened to your cardigan.
Just wanted to say hi. I'm new in town.
Oh, how nice for you. If you need to look anything up in our archives, get in line like everybody else.
Please don't blink at me again. That was very
Get
scary.
in line? I'm the only one here. Well, I guess that means I'm first then. So, I can just go look up what I need.
Don't sass me, young man. Next time there could be a line here, and you'll get no special treatment.
Wanna give me special treatment anyway, you crotchety old bitch.
Oh, stop bothering me, newcomer.
There we go. My hunch was correct. I could work it out in the town hall. St. Michael's Road between Carpenter Street and Constitution Street. Plateau. Not a whole lot of space there. I love being allowed to be deductive on my own. So few games let you do this. It was one of my biggest problems with the Batman Arkham games. It's all like, hey, detective stuff, solve crimes and shit. And every time Batman would just say exactly what you need to do next. And it's like, cool. I guess I'm not role-playing the world's greatest detective, am I? I guess I'm just piloting him.
Extra, extra. Hold it. News that's fit to print. Buy a paper this thing.
Interesting.
Best stuff in Oakmont. All on sale. Today only.
The door won't budge.
This place is huge. Westerbrook usually has his lunch about 2:30, get some soap. Anna always stays at the fish market, shouldn't learn about me. New hauls of fish arrive every 2 days, an ounce per box should be enough. The guard spends most of his time on the second floor during the night. I think we're waiting to divert suspicions from Westerbrook, don't want him to come into any harm. Don't forget to return the flash to storage, think about plan B. Got it out pretty well, but the minute something went wrong, panicked and his entire plan fell to pieces.
This Cavendish guy did an impressive investigation, and the EOD is in the center of all of it.
Going, gone. Body count rises and vanishes continue across Oakmont. Locals are in a panic with most reported disappearances occurring in the Shells, Salvation Harbor, and Grimhaven Bay. Captain Caleb Lyons, Oakmont Police, has put out a call for information. Evidence suggests a link between these disappearances and charity organization EOD that has recently risen to prominence among the city's poor, said Lyons. Most of the victims seem to have either joined the group or been a recipient of their aims. We encourage anyone with information to come forward. Chronicle reminds readers to avoid any suspicious newcomers, especially Innsmouthers, and to remain at home during evening hours. Stay alert. Another locked door. Floor's wet, there's a book on the floor. It bothers me.
And judging by the layer of dust on it, this ring hasn't been worn in a long time. So why keep it around? A lot of fancy dresses locked away in a dark corner for a long time. I'm starting to smell some deep family trauma here.
I loved you. I always loved you.
Difficult divorce or his wife. Something happened to his wife. EOD is involved somehow.
And judging by the layer of dust on it, this ring hasn't been worn in a long time. So why keep it around?
Broken bottle. Looks like 4 shell casing. That seems important. Disturbance in the shells as fighting breaks out between locals and Innsmouthers. Cause of the conflict appears to be the disappearance of several women, with locals accusing the group of Innsmouthers of crime. Oakmont police continue to investigate the vanishings, but as yet the case remains unsolved. One source from the shells reports that traces of fish scales and seaweed were found at multiple victims' homes, which seems to have precipitated the fight. Pretty sure it's the carriage, Clem. That's it, isn't it? Wife.
George, I can't live like this anymore. There's something I have to tell you.
I don't care what your damn EOD cult demands, Anna! I thought the child was mine! Mine!
Well, that twisted. Anna is his wife. EOD is a front for something, most definitely, then. Impregnated as part of a ritual, likely by an Innsmouth.
You will never understand our cause. My child is blessed by the sea. I'm leaving you, George.
Okay, let's see what we have here.
George?
I don't care what your damn EOD cult...
You will never understand our cause. My child is blessed by the sea. I'm leaving you, George.
George Cavendish. He had a wife named Anna. She had a baby that was not his, but blessed by the sea and claimed by the EOD. This caused their split.
Oh, it was a bad time for that to happen. Every time it does, I lose my hat.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Calm down. My name's Charles Reed. I'm a private investigator.
Right now, you look like someone who's breaking into my house. A burglar.
Didn't the record say
Explain
you were
yourself.
26?
No, Cavendish. Time for you to do some explaining. Care to tell me why you poisoned the fish at the EOD warehouse? And you better not lie to me. Oh, sorry. Is this making you angry? Yeah, two can play at that game, and believe me, I've got plenty of anger for the both of us.
How dare you?
I'm only going to ask politely once. Then my gun will do the talking.
Fine. Fine. Yes, it was me. But I had a good reason to do it. It all comes back to Anna.
I know the answer to both of these already.
What's Anna got to do with all this?
As you might have already gleaned, she was my wife.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it all starts to come together now.
The EOD robbed me of her. It all started with the free fish. We were all short on food at the time.
So
and
the
then they hooked her
EOD
with
being
their
banned on
nonsense about
campus
the
would probably
benevolent
come back
sea
to
and
you.
Greater good.
Greater good.
I looked past it for some time, but then...
She became pregnant.
Yes. At first, I was over the moon. But then one day she came to me, that snake, and told me that the child was not mine. She said it was blessed by the sea, that it was demanded by the EOD. Doom take them! I couldn't stand it. I just couldn't.
Oh, this should be fun. What's your good reason for poisoning innocent people? You know the EOD are feeding the hungry, don't you?
No, that's exactly the problem. They're not doing it out of charity. They do it to spread their influence and recruit new members. Some of those initiates, as they call them, vanish without a trace. And not just them. They kidnap ordinary folks, too.
And poisoning the fish would prevent this. How?
Oh, you see, not everyone in this city believes in the EOD yet. They have opposition among the citizens, both rich and poor. A rumor of the EOD's fish being poisonous and several incidents would be enough to undermine the EOD by sparking fear and mistrust.
But you could do that with a less lethal poison. You're essentially sacrificing anyone. This crusade of yours.
There must be another way to deal with the EOD. Like, if their crimes are that obvious, why don't you just go to the police?
They're resourceful, those sons of hagfish. They maintain a squeaky clean image, and Kay, they're good at it. I tried going to the police. They were no help at all. And I'm not suicidal enough to make it public and take them to court.
What did she mean? Blessed by the sea.
What do you think is the cause of Innsmouth syndrome in people?
Living in Innsmouth?
Having sex with fish.
That K-forsaken place has nothing to do with it. It comes from breeding with monsters. These sea creatures they call Deep Ones. They take our women and they spoil them with their seed. Then they give birth to degenerate fish-faced offspring.
Where did you learn all of this? This information about the EOD?
After Anna left, I had nothing. But I did have a lot of time to research Innsmouthers, the EOD, and the story behind them. It is an old and powerful organization. They appeared back in the mid-19th century in Innsmouth, and the first people with the Innsmouth syndrome started showing up around that same time.
Ah, perhaps not coincidentally.
No, of course not. And the EOD is immensely rich. The sudden rise to power of the Blackwood family happened right after they joined them.
So what's your next move?
I was interrupted and couldn't finish my task. The EOD received a fresh haul of fish, but now they're on alert and raised their guard. I understand I'm in no position to ask. But after reviewing all the facts I've presented to you, Mr. Reed, would you agree to help me?
Empathize with your position. Really do. You lost someone you love to this. Essentially ruined your entire life. Your actions have also doomed several people to a slow and painful death.
You're a madman, Cavendish. You're willing to let innocent people suffer and die just to get revenge on your ex-wife. No, this madness has to stop. And I'm gonna put an end to it right now.
Oh, no, no. You don't understand.
Can I walk out there without killing him? Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. I've already made the choice. Alright. The baby carriage is theirs. They didn't take it for free. He's giving it away for free. Is it demanding I can't do both of those? Seriously, that's the problem? No. He's a madman who's determined to get revenge by any means necessary. She's a zealot. Willing to do whatever it takes for her faith, regardless of who gets hurt in the process. There are no good guys in there.
Cost you a penny.
I found the poisoner and dealt with him. He won't be bothering you anymore.
See, bless you, Charlie. That's great news. Who was it?
Well, see, now that's the interesting part. It was your ex-husband, George Cavendish.
Oh. Well, that son of a rotten shark finally got what was coming to him. Good riddance. Still, it's strange. I never thought he'd have the guts to do something like this. He was always a pushover.
Well, you'd be surprised the kind of things people can be driven to. And their heart is torn in two.
You're taking this remarkably well for a woman who just found out her ex-husband was a poisoner.
He's nobody to me. The EOD is my family now. We serve a higher purpose than he could ever grasp. My life finally has meaning. You've done us both a huge favor by relieving him of the burden of his miserable existence. Well done, Charlie.
All right. No more messing around. Get me in touch with your Grand Poobah or whoever's in charge, now.
Easy there, Charlie. I'm a woman of my word. Go to the basement of the fish market. It's nearby. You'll find an Innsmouther there by the name of Maurice. Tell him I've sent you. You'll get your answers.
About time.
You're playing me in any way, I will have your head. I'll gauge, huh? Do with something a little nastier. Yeah, she's a nice woman. What's setting up? There it is. smart one would have closed this after I went down.
Hey, Mr. Reed.
Do I know you, buddy?
Not yet, but I know you. I also know you're looking for a particular lady. My name's Fred. You're looking for Professor Doe, ain't that right? The scientist the Order kidnapped. I think we can help each other.
How do you mean? You know where she is?
Slow down, buddy. Helping each other is not the same as let me just tell you everything.
What is this order you mentioned?
Yeah. You don't know, do you? EOD. It really stands for the Esoteric Order of Dagon.
That makes sense.
Dagon.
An old being from the depths of the sea. In books, they show him as a monstrous amphibian. The Innsmouthers worship him as a god. And of course, they make sacrifices to him. In blood.
And I was intended to be one.
Well, it's not like I have options. I gotta find the scientist. Now, what's the price?
Believe me, I'll be glad to help you find her. But I need a little help first.
Yeah, I figured.
You've seen some of this city now, am I right? You've an inkling what's coming? I want out of the Order and the city before it hits. Trouble is, it's much easier to get into the Order than to leave. Give the slightest hint of it, you've signed your death warrant.
And you don't think talking to me right here after I've just come out of a place where I was supposed to be killed isn't a hint?
I've no idea how to help you with that.
Ain't you a detective? There are people in the city, smugglers, who know what to do. Find them. That's how you can help. See, I've heard whispers about ads in the newspaper. A new ad every week, talking about Salvation Harbor. Maybe start there.
Smugglers, huh? Well, sounds worth a shot. Sure, I'm up for it.
Oh, thank you. I know where they got her. You fix things for me, I can get you in. For sure. But hurry.
And she's gone. No, because it's not the truth. And I'm very aware it's not the truth. Alright. So. Yeah, it's probably a good place to call it. 5.5 hours. We're starting to get back up there with how much time we spend streaming. Back to the intermission screen, yeah. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. So, that's pretty much going to do it for us for today. I think we made decent progress. Next time we might even do some side quests. Who knows? Now, as previously mentioned, it's Halloween on Saturday. But as was previously mentioned, Horrorween is going to continue until we've completed all the games on the list. Not going to end just because October ends. So look forward to us finishing The Sinking City and Condemned Criminal Origins and Eternal Darkness second playthrough. I've taken Alone in the Dark off the list largely just for the logistics of streaming it. And we've done a few bonus games to make up for that anyway, so it shouldn't be much of an issue. I mean, basically got a 100% playthrough of Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, which was fun. Especially when the one I was originally considering doing was Dawn of Sorrow, which would have been much shorter. Yeah. Within a Look will be back tomorrow, starting Condemned Criminal Origins. Yes. But yeah, in the meantime, I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem, Teak, Cat, Flame, I think Ninja popped in. Mia was here. Martin. No, it doesn't look like Ninja was here. I must have been thinking yesterday. But yeah, thank you so much for joining the stream and the chat. I always really appreciate the support, and the chat is always the best part of the stream. So much. Let's see, we're probably back tomorrow, starting Condemned Criminal Origins. Was the original intention of like alternating games, which is what we usually do anyway, and I just stopped that for Bloodstained, just for the sake of enjoying Bloodstained. Yeah, pretty much it. So, without further ado, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and catch you next time, guys. Bye.